Slide on over and unmute us.
Why, hello everyone, and welcome back to the Anime Club.
Streaming.
Yeah, this is the first time we've done this on a stream.
Yeah, but it's not the first time we've done one of these videos.
By the way, guys, if you're watching the camera or the live, like the video feed, and you see Seki freeze, just scream at us, please.
Yeah, we're having some too many USB issues. To be honest, there's certain things I could fix, but I'll have to go through everything later and see.
Before we get into anything, I just wanted to say something. We'll come back to this a little bit later, but Seki did an oopsie.
What did I do?
We had an entire 1,000 subscriber video recorded, and it was like pretty good to go. It probably required minimal editing.
Yeah.
And she just forgot she had it.
For like a month.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for the 1,000. We're so okay, that sounded really insincere the first time I started that sentence. We are actually so very appreciative of that. It means a lot to us that over 1,000 of you at this point have seen it, have kind of looked at our channel and thought that it's worthy of being subscribed to. So that means a lot to us. And it's nice to have monetization finally.
You're live, bitch. Be sincere. Grovel.
Whatever you need me to do.
So, yeah, in case you haven't seen this before, for the video ones we put up for previous seasons, we're just going to go through and just reminisce on the last season here and just live put together the tier list based off of our rankings from the season for those that forgot. Something up, Seki?
Yeah, I don't know if the microphone is going.
Oh, are we muted?
Did it?
Oh, it's going. I see it.
No, it wasn't.
Oh.
So we were muted this whole time.
Motherfucker. So we have to start that from scratch.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Anime Club streaming. I fucked up.
Twice!
Look, okay, I did rearrange my office recently, and I haven't streamed since I did, and everything got unplugged, so it's understandable why it wasn't working, okay?
It's all your fault.
Yeah, alright, it's all my fault. But anyways, so I did an oopsie a couple weeks back, and we had an entire video filmed as a thank you for 1,000 subscribers, and I just completely brain farted on it existing. I forgot that it existed till Nick Knack reminded me today. So that video never went up, and it never got edited, and at this point it's not going to because we're going to cover a lot of what we said in this video, but we are so very grateful and thankful for over 1,000 of you at this point deciding that our content is worth a subscription and regular watch time. We appreciate the ever-loving shit out of that. It means a lot to us, it really does. So we've not done one of these tier list videos live before, but we had planned potentially on trying last season and just didn't end up doing it.
Mm-mm.
But
well, at the time last season, I hadn't even done the first live stream yet. It was kind of just a in the winds as a maybe. I think I had done a test stream at that point.
Exactly. So basically, if you've seen them before, you know what we're going to do, but we are going to go through, kind of reminisce a little bit on each of the anime that we watched. We've got some scores we gave them throughout the season. If you've been keeping track or not, well, you'll see them here. Then you'll kind of see how everything goes on a more grand scale for us. And we kind of give ourselves ratings and grades. Nick Knack's like our teacher. He does grade point averages for us.
I have freaking GPAs.
Yeah. And then we're going to talk a little bit about how the next season of videos is going to look, because there's some pretty big changes coming based on what we've decided and kind of feedback we've already heard. As well as hopefully some perks that'll soon be available for people. Ideally in the next month or two, a Discord will go up. We'll link it in our videos and things, so you can come join our Discord, interact with us, interact with one another. I'll make sure to create a special Fate channel. I'll create a special Fate channel for each of the different types of Fate.
I don't think you need to go that far.
That way we can keep it out of the hair of the normies.
I feel like we would probably just need a Type Moon channel, a general channel, And just because I know our fans double dip here and there, I'm sure, just Gotcha Game Channel or something.
That's entirely fair.
We'll call it Gotcha Bragging or something like that.
Yeah, I get that. Let's see, I'm going to take a look and see what... Oh, there's no one watching anymore.
I noticed.
Damn.
I wonder if it was your fault. I'm kidding. It takes a minute for people to roll in. Usually we can get a few people in. This is all going up on a VOD anyways, so.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see. As you can see, we've got so right now we've just finished season 4. The last of the videos has gone up. So as you can see, this is a particular season 4, but you will get brief preview. There's an overall that we will be adding to later.
Stop there, spoil the video.
Things might go up, down, whatever. It can change, basically. And then you'll see what we voted on as our grand prize this season. Oh, you know what? Didn't we say once we hit season 4 or season 5 we were going to try to do a grand prize out of the grand prize?
We might have. I didn't think to do it.
Maybe at season 5. Cause
also,
sure.
I feel like we might have played that at some point, but I'm also sitting here like, I feel like either recency bias or nostalgia could really fuck with that rating.
You never know. It could go perfectly normally.
Also, the fact that well, no, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Love that. You weirdo.
Alright, so, we want to start going through the season here?
Mm-hmm.
So, if you can find it there, do you want to find us Keijo? I'm sorry, I don't think I ordered them in order.
Alright, I found it. It's hard to miss.
I figured.
So, Keijo got a... Honestly, I was kind of banking on Keijo getting an uwu.
It did.
Oh, toilet's unanimous. Oh,
yeah.
just for anyone who hasn't seen one of these, this is based on our approvals, mez, dislikes, and uwus. 2 uwus make an uwu, but 2 toilets don't make a toilet.
No.
For something to go in absolute toilet tier, it needs to be unanimous. Otherwise...
It's been rare. We've previously only had 1 across, 2. 3 years. 2. The only one previously was Amagami.
Oh. Okay. Count me wrong. So, Keijo, Keijo got an uwu, and I believe I gave it an uwu. Vorn gave it a shit, I think.
No, Vorn. It was actually you and I gave it an approved.
Oh.
Vorn and Realm gave it an uwu.
No. You see, you don't understand. Keijo is peak media.
Yeah.
Keijo is one of the greatest things that has ever existed on the planet. It deserves to be.
Look, it was a special kind of show because it was so horny. It looped back to being not horny.
Exactly. So Keijo's an uwu, and that was the first anime we watched. Some of you may not have heard the joke, but we do make the joke that the first anime of each season is our obligatory kind of trash taste submission. Generally, it's not something that any of us particularly likes. We just try to find something really fucking weird and strange and put it up as the first thing. Yeah. I mean, it didn't start that way in season 1. But also, our first episode of season 1 was pretty fucking...
weird already?
Yeah, it was a little funky. So.
It's remained pretty consistent over time.
Yeah.
Before we get into things that actually get ratings, though, I do want to point out, if you haven't seen this before, these are not... The tier list itself here is not a tier list of quality. So you're going to see some wild-ass takes on this tier list. I always called it a tier list of agreeability. Because... Yeah. I'm sure there are shows that are in D and C tier that we look at and no, any one of us will look at and be like, no, that's better than what's in B or A tier. Mm-hmm. Or one of us might. But then the A tier might not be our favorite shows either. It's just what we all liked.
Yeah, so it's more common consensus than actual quality show. With the exception that I will fight for till my dying day of 86 absolutely deserving both a quality and agreeability rating on season 1 of an A tier.
That was season 2.
No,
season 1. Oh, you mean season 1, yeah.
Season 1 absolutely deserved the A tier for quality.
I think that's just a general rule of thumb. Obviously, stuff that's really high quality that we all like is going to end up in that A tier, but...
Yeah.
But yeah, so our first real anime here, Nura, Rise of the Yokai Clan.
Ooh, that was mine. Nurahion no Mago.
Do you want to say any post-mortems on this one since it was yours?
Honestly, this went pretty well for me, I thought. Nur is something that I generally find to be agreeable among most of the people I recommend it to. It's not overtly like too shonen or too weird or too anything, and it's got enough of kind of a unique Japanese culture premise that most people I've recommended this to have really enjoyed it. So I thought this was a good submission for us. I think this got, what, like a B tier? Or an A tier?
All of us gave this one an approval.
That's what I thought. I remember us really enjoying this one.
Early on A tier for the season, too.
Which, for me is, we made this joke the last 2 times, but my season 1 ratings were in the actual...
Your season 2 weren't much better. You were, actively kind of beating yourself up over it there.
Yeah, season 1 and season 2 for me were actively not great in terms of crowd approval. I submitted a lot of things that got not a lot of likes. So.
Being fair, though, those first 2 seasons were largely random.
They were a lot more random, but you still have to admit it's the stuff I was putting into Rando that was getting pulled and people weren't liking. It's not like it was just coming out.
Whereas here, this one was not... I don't think this... Was this Rando?
Nura, right? It might have been.
Yeah, it was random.
Yeah,
but this season, it's a lot easier to get a better track record.
Yeah, okay. Mention if it was a random or one of our chosen picks.
This was a random pick.
Yeah, but it was mine from the random hat. Yeah, which is why I claim it. I claim this in the name of Seki!
So, our next anime here...
Was it Beastars?
No.
No.
It was Unlimited Blade Works.
Oh.
Because remember, we watched both halves of that this season. And right off the bat, that thing immediately shot to an A tier.
Found it.
First submission was already an A tier for us.
Well, I mean, there was so much cuckoo.
You mean cuckoo?
There was so much cuckoo.
Cuckoo refers to 2 different characters, Seki.
Yeah, but I call him cuckoo.
Why'd you call him your coo?
He's my coo baby. Yes, my coo baby. Yeah. Now that I know cuckoo, I can't say cuckoo.
You've known cuckoo for a while.
I haven't known what cuckoo looked like.
Kets.
Yeah, but Cuckoo Khan. Kets, I call Kets.
The Jaguar Man calls Kets cuckoo.
Well, the Jaguar Man is wrong. I wasn't surprised Unlimited Blade Works got an A tier.
I mean, I didn't go into it extremely confident.
I did.
I knew you were going to like it. I think Realm was the biggest one. I was like, is Realm gonna... Because he's been, you've largely warmed up to Fate, and I knew having Ku in it was basically like, oh, it's
especially good. Because Unlimited Blade Works has some of the best fight scenes between Ku and other characters.
Yeah, but Realm was always a little bit more lukewarm on Fate than you.
Do we remember the fangirl notepad?
Yes. Do you still have that?
Yeah, actually.
You don't need to find it if it's buried, but
it's right over there. Yeah.
Just in the mountain of notebooks?
It's in the blue one specifically. I can see it from here.
You just said the blue one to the colorblind person in a notebook of notebooks.
I know, but there's a blue and an orange. You'd be able to tell them apart.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so our next anime here is a gacha game. Realm. It was a rando pick for Realm. Girls Frontline.
Oh, God.
This one might be a little harder for Seki to find. I might need to step in.
Hang on. We're gonna... I'm gonna be a strong, independent woman. I think it's this one.
I'm gonna be ducking out of camera and possibly into Seki's view.
No.
No.
It's this one.
Yes.
Okay, found it.
Wait.
Right. Is it not that one? It's gotta be that one.
Yeah, it's that one.
Hey. Okay. All right. Where did this go?
So, this one was pretty damn close, actually. Right off the bat, giving it mez were Vorn and I.
Yeah. Didn't Realm and I give it a shit?
Yes.
So that goes E tier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Vorn and I were a little bit harsher, or if we really caught a wave on a trend because we went first, it could have ended up as a shit tier there.
You really should have.
But I just remember it being a very I don't know the original work, so I can't say if it was a poor adaptation, but it was just so poorly fucking paced, and the animation was laughably bad.
It wasn't good.
So following that was Beastars.
Yeah.
This one was also pretty controversial on the channel. Because furries.
And I did not like it at first.
So, B-Stars was pretty solidly down the middle. You had Realm and I giving it an approved, and Vorn and Seki both gave it a meh.
Which puts it?
That puts it solidly in the C tier, I believe?
Yeah, I think so.
So, it is at this point, I believe, yes, at this point, where Realm had to back out of the season for scheduling reasons.
So, I mean, essentially what that made it out to was we had some strange rules with the tier list, but going forward we will account for the fact that he was not there. It doesn't need to be.
Just quick thing, if 2 of us out of 3 of us gave it an approved, it was an approved if it was a new show. Old show had to be 2 in a row to raise like that, and if we had a guest, they got his rating. That cover it?
Yeah, I don't think it was necessary to explain. But, you know.
Well, no, definitely. Well, the guest part's important here because the next anime, Tower of God, was actually affected by that distinction.
Oh, because we had a guest?
Yeah, we had Bokage on for that one.
Oh, yeah.
And Bokage dropped a hard meh on that one. Which, being fair, I kind of understand. Tower of God Season 1 is very, very slow.
Yeah.
But the rest of us, like you, Vorn, and I, all approved it. Get that
B tier?
Yep. Get that webtoon representation in there.
Yeah. I will say this is already more spread out than typical.
There's going to be something atypical here as well.
Yeah.
That we'll see as this goes on. So, the next one is like, if there was such thing as a super A tier, this one would be in the super A tier. Boku no Hero Academia got an approved from 5 of us because that chaotic episode had all of us at one, like,
yeah,
except for Realm.
Because, well, Realm wasn't there. It was Bokage and Cece.
Yeah, and then the 3 of us.
Yeah. It's okay. Guests don't really count anyways.
I think this was the last episode that we had guests.
I think it was, yeah. It was a little too hectic, as I remember.
Yeah.
Like, the recording went really long because of it. I think it ended up being almost 2 hours in total length.
Sorry to anyone that may have gotten spoiled on My Hero Academia from that episode.
Yeah, we tried to rein it in, but, you know how it is when your friends get to talking and...
I know what you Fate fans are like. I know what you guys are like. You can't be mad.
Exactly.
Also, My Hero Academia is pretty old at this point.
Yeah. If you're not spoiled for at least the first season, what have you been doing?
Yeah.
I wasn't spoiled for the first season.
So, our next anime was one that made a return, actually.
Yeah.
Get Backers.
Yeah.
This was a weird one because we went into this with 2 mehs and 2 approvals.
Yeah, and
I've been pretty passionate about being so disinterested in this one, too.
And these ratings are cumulative, so, we try to remember when we're looking at a show that's come back multiple times, think of the whole, not just the submission you just watched, but the whole. So
sometimes the submission's just that good.
Yeah. So, where did Get Backers land up?
So because Realm was here before for the first one, we just carried over his score. So he kept his approval. But Vorn improved to an approval as well, putting it into a solid B tier. I was the only holdout with a meh, and that for me was... I actually enjoyed this arc a lot more. It's just that carryover really fucked me up here.
I was so close to arguing you up to an approval.
You really wanted to, I remember that.
I really was. I was fighting for it, for my life.
Actually, no. So, My Hero was not our last guest episode. You had not been scarred that badly yet.
Oh.
Mob Psycho 100 had the same crew back for another super approval.
Yeah. Did it get a super approval?
Yeah, all 5 of us gave it an A tier.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't often say this, but in hindsight, I wouldn't have given it an approval now.
Really?
Thinking back on it, like how much I enjoyed it and did not enjoy it, I honestly think that my rating was probably bias affected by just listening to Bokage and Cece go off about how much they loved it and try to convince me that it got so much better. I don't really have a positive look at it in retrospect. Looking 6 months on, obviously.
I think that 6 months really hits you hard here.
Yeah. But
because you've done a similar thing with Konosuba. Yeah.
I think there's definitely a in the moment and then
See, but in the moment is fresh after having just seen it.
Still.
I'm gonna call you out on this one as much as I'd call you out on Konosuba too.
Yeah, but even with Konosuba, it was a case of I liked a lot of the jokes, but so much of it was just uncomfortable to watch, and I didn't want to let people down, and I don't like being the one to go against the crowd when it's like 3 or 4 people who are vehemently approving something that I was a little bit more on. I don't like to be the one out necessarily in those situations.
See, but the reason why I'm like, was that really your opinion in the moment? Because when I'm looking back at it, you didn't bring up Jack all for either of those.
No, because I don't.
Even what.
Because sometimes it's hard to explain why.
Because like if you said this about something like Railgun, yeah. I get it. You're not the most like person on Railgun. You're always a little bit more like, it's getting better, and I don't like to poo in someone's salad here. Yeah,
but I don't know. It's kind of just in some cases, especially, and maybe this is my own issues I'm having, but there are certain people I know in my life who, if they really like an anime or something, and I mention I don't, they will not let it go. They will drill into my head, bring it up every time we hang out, like talk about it constantly, to the point where I just want to say, okay, to move on and go. And those are not the only 2 shows that come up when those kind of conversations occur. There's a few others, and I'm just like, okay, anything to move the conversation on and not be singled out for an undeveloped sort of
I can understand objection. If they're really not to your taste.
Yeah.
But also, you've been far more lukewarm on other shows you've given approvals on that.
Yeah.
It just feels like those ones stick out because they're so popular and you hear about them more, and I feel like that does more to you.
I don't really hear much about Mob Psycho.
Really? I hear a shit ton. That it is really well regarded.
I hear very little about... Yeah, but remember, we're on different ends of what we hear about in the community. I hear very little about Mob Psycho ever from my corner of, the anime and manga internet. Just like you probably hear very little about some of the biggest names in my corner, The anime internet is not...
I hear about a good number of things. Like, I don't know anything that I haven't heard about.
Yeah, but we've had this discussion before. There have been things that I have just not heard about on the anime internet. Even on the regular internet, because we're in different spaces, Like, certainly that's an argument that works for something like Attack on Titan, but, like, Mob Psycho, beyond it coming up in anime theme song challenges, I don't actually hear a lot about. It's just not really something that, the sections of internet I'm in are discussing. In general. Like, I didn't even really know the premise before we started watching it. Konosuba, that one I knew. But that's because...
I feel like Konosuba is definitely... You wouldn't be as poo-poo on it these days if it wasn't so popular.
No, there's actually just parts of it I don't like it. Like, retrospectively. I don't know. I'm a lot more forgiving to a show kind of the first time around before I've had time to sit on it.
I'm really curious, but Konosuba doesn't come up once this season.
No, Konosuba's irrelevant, and we're moving on anyways.
So, the next show here is The Disastrous Life of Psyche K. Yeah. Now, you didn't mark this one properly, but it ended up in a B tier. Because there was 5 of us.
Yeah.
4 of us gave it an approval, but Cece lost the...
No. We did a rock, paper, scissors during the episode.
And Cece lost that.
Yeah.
And that would have been your 4th approval there. This one was yes, it was a rando, but Bokage won that, and he was a hard met on that one.
That's because... okay.
Because Mob Psycho was the better show.
I shouldn't say anything disparaging about my opinions on this show. We can move on.
No, I do. If I can provide some leeway to Bokage here, I think it wouldn't have, he probably wouldn't have been so hard on it if it wasn't for the fact that both shows, because we did that in a double, both shows had very similar premises, and one was much, much closer to his general taste in anime.
It wasn't depressing enough for him.
It wasn't depressing enough for me?
Anyways, I liked Psyche K. It was fun.
B tier. You're banished to the B tier.
Hey, that's higher than my average was first and second season.
So
don't harsh on my mood, you know?
So, like, Unlimited Blade Works. Do we need to talk about it more? Not really. It's stuck in the A tier. There wasn't really any change between perspectives. We got out of it, and I think you said that it was one of the best short-form anime you've seen.
I did. I really enjoyed it.
So, just glossing over that one. Ijira naide Nagatoro-san. Don't toy with me, Miss Nagatoro. So this one was only 3 of us. Though I kind of know what Realm's taste is, and I think he has seen it. But it ended up in a B tier because Vorn and I gave it an approval.
I did not.
But I don't really have much to say on it. It is what it looks like, but also not what it looks like. So we actually did get Realm back for this next one. The Silent Voice.
Oh, a silent voice.
Yeah.
It's a silent voice. And that is... Found it.
And that...
It's a movie.
It's a pretty touching movie, too.
Fucking beautiful. This was A tier, right?
Yeah.
God bless. I would have fought if this had not been A tier. Like, I would have
You really tried to fight, like... Getting into, like, it's not giving away the ratings here. You really campaigned for this one to be best of season.
Yeah, I really fucking did. Well, because when we were doing best, so you will notice that there is one thing in here that we released a review for that is not included in our tier list, and that's Suzume.
Yes.
Which we did a review for. We gave ratings for, but we didn't include it in our tier list because it technically wasn't part of the normal season. It was a movie we went to see in theaters because it was coming out.
We might do something like that again soon.
Yeah.
The Boy and His Heron is coming out pretty soon.
To be quite fucking honest, I would have physically gone outside and thrown down in a wrestling ring over Suzume being counted as best in season.
I probably would have rated it pretty lowly on my personal
Yeah, you didn't like Suzume as much, but Suzume and A Silent Voice were definitely like the peak
Suzume had a bomb-ass soundtrack, I'll give it that.
So good. Anyway, but stepping away from Suzume, A Silent Voice was also stunning. Like, just A Silent Voice made such incredibly imaginative use of colors and sound, even in the movie. Like, you're not just listening to a movie, but there's also, like, auditory things going on in the movie.
I also like that you generally got to see, like, how the small, like, ways you treat people, like, domino throughout their lives. It was had a really great message to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fucking loved it. It was stunning. So I really fought for it.
Yes.
I really did. I was willing to go out to bat for this physically.
We will come back to that later. So our next anime here is Kamigami no Asobi.
I'm so sorry.
This was not a very popular pick on the channel.
You guys hated it.
Yeah, we really didn't like it.
Well, and the thing is, I want to clarify here. It's not that I have, like, a particular love for this show.
No, you gave it an uwu.
Yeah, but there was a time in my... So, I'm sure that all of us who are over the age of, like, 10 or 12 remember the time on YouTube when you would just all of a sudden find a random anime you'd never heard of, English subbed, free, all episodes on YouTube, and watch it real quick. Or, find an anime you'd never heard of, each episode split into 3 parts, but, like, good quality English subs on YouTube, and watch it.
I never did that.
Okay, well, with the exception of Knick Knack, a lot of us did that.
I was actually a pretty late bloomer into the anime community.
Okay, a lot of us who were younger bloomers into the community do remember doing this, like, before anime streaming was really what it is today, or even what it was 5-6 years ago. Like, there was a time when I would just haunt YouTube for any anime series that was English subbed in HD that I could find and watch for free, just to watch more anime. And this is one of the things I found when I was doing that. So
it was a very different time, though.
Yeah, but what did this get?
This got an E tier because you gave it an uwu.
I should have just given it an approved.
Yeah,
to D tier.
If you wanted it higher, you should have.
I really should have. I was lazy.
It wouldn't. Well, no, we'll get that. So, after a Seki lose, because that was a rando, by the way.
That was.
Seki decided to torture us.
Oh, did I put in Kitekyo next?
Yes, you did.
Man, that was cruel of me.
You were so bitter over that Kamigami no Asobi.
I feel like you guys should have given it a little bit more of a chance. It wasn't that awful.
It was pretty bad.
You know what? I'm going to say it wasn't that awful and say my revenge is not finished because I've put worse things into the hat since.
I'm just going to say that me giving it a meh was being gracious. That was me doing the no poo-poo in your salad thing.
Anyways, but Katekyo is also returning. This is the 4th time we've watched Katekyo. Ironically, the first 3 times we watched Katekyo were all in season 1. Like, I managed to get this anime pulled out of the hat 3 different times in the first season.
2 of those times are full odds random.
Uh-huh.
And one of the time was kind of, we fudged some stuff with it in season 1.
Yeah, but...
Shoot us.
But I did get it pulled out 3 different times, so we had gotten up to, like, a large amount of episodes. And you guys hated the daily life in Kokuyo arc. Well, you didn't hate the Kokuyo, but you hated daily life.
Yeah.
And that was, like, the first 25 to 30 episodes. So this, and we had only gotten like 2 episodes into the Varia arc. So this is the majority of the Varia arc. We did not actually finish it, but we did get a chunk of it.
And it did surprisingly well. Both Warren and I, who were some of the biggest critics of it during the actual run, like, raised it. Like, you remember me like going hard against Lambo.
Oh yeah, you hated it.
Which is why I enjoyed the arc where he was almost dead.
Yeah. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. What did this get this time?
A B tier, because Rome wasn't here.
I want to say this ended on a C or a D, so it, like...
Yeah, it was in C or D last time, but Rome wasn't here to raise it, and we only had 1 set
Then
of
it was
us.
in a D.
Yeah,
originally.
If we had done one more submission this season without Rome, it could have gone to an A tier.
Oh man, look at that upward skew of our graph. I say, currently taking an archaeological statistics class.
So, out of Katekyo Hitman Reborn and into one of Knick-Knack's biggest "what the fuck are you talking about" moments.
Choices. You made choices.
Eternal Boys.
Oh, I made choices. This was mine from Rando.
You and Vorn enjoyed this one.
Yeah, it was so much fun. Old men forming a pop group.
And this time it was my turn to be the miserable old man.
Yeah, so I got a B tier.
You got a B tier.
Got a B tier.
Because you guys got the raise with Realm this time. No seeing it.
Yeah.
Oh, here's one that I really liked. Eminence and Shadow. It's so stupid, it's fun.
What did we give Eminence in the Shadow?
All 3 of us gave it an approved.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
It was weird. I think for this bunch of us it teetered on an uwu.
For me, this wasn't teetering to uwu, it was teetering to meh. Yeah. This barely scraped by an approval, in my opinion. So, I don't... We'll see. We'll see. I know Vorn wants to get us to watch more of it.
I'll just say I really enjoyed this one because it's that level of stupid that you don't... Like, it's written so badly that it loops around to being fun.
Man, Knick-Knack, this graph's starting to look like season 2. We
bit.
had so many A tiers to consider.
But yeah. Following this was... Did we really get Realm back for this one, of all things?
What was it?
Beelzebub.
No, but remember, we asked him at the end of the season if he'd seen any of this stuff. Realm has seen Beelzebub before. Like, we've talked about it before. So I added those in post.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Beelzebub here split right down the middle on us. Seki and Vorn gave it an approval. Realm and I gave it a meh. I think it should be pretty well noted on the channel, I don't find baby humor that funny.
So it goes to C tier.
Yeah.
I think it deserved better.
I don't.
Well, you're just a miserly old man.
All right. Well, you have a moment. You're on the podium. Go ahead and give us a speech.
Beelzebub. Beelzebub is glorious. Not only do you get shonen and baby humor, but you also get like semi-mafia and like school time, right? But it's like Crow Zero school, and Crow Zero is great. So like you've got to love Beelzebub if you like Crow Zero.
Yay.
Hey, Beelzebub's actually pretty popular in the anime community. Don't knock it. Like, you might not know a whole lot about it, but it is actually a pretty decently large name.
I'm not going to knock its popularity. I'm just going to knock the anime itself because I watched 13 episodes and didn't care for it.
Gotta watch all 64.
Oh, please don't. Next up is one that... Well, this... I probably shouldn't even put it on this tier list. Yeah, we can just move past that one.
Okay.
Where did you put it?
Was that not the one?
No, it wasn't.
Oh! Wait, oh!
It did not get a C tier.
Stray Meridak. Beelzebub anime was good enough. I jumped on the manga after 3 Yeah, the manga is fucking bomb. I absolutely love the bomb. Tsukihime didn't get it?
No, not a single approved from any of us.
Oh.
It got a straight up... Like I said, this one was obligatory. I had to get this one in eventually, and I couldn't get away from
E
it.
or toilet? Okay.
Straight E. Like, no one gave it a shit. It wasn't that offensively bad, but it's so damn boring.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so we'll put that there and move on.
Okay, this is the one that you jumped ahead to there. I don't know what the... I was expecting a woo out of this one.
Look,
do you like your mother
your
mother and her 2-hit multi-target?
I've put it where it belongs.
Like, oh my god. I gotta be careful here, because I don't want to, say disparaging things about the author when they probably wrote this just because Focus... it statistically looked like the best thing to write. But it was I don't think I could ever write something like that and feel comfortable with myself.
It's... Yeah, also, since you didn't actually say the full name, it's Do You Love Your Mother and Her 2-Hit Multi-Target Attack.
I did.
You did not get the whole name out, so I was just...
No, I did. You just weren't listening.
Okay.
But yeah, and no, that one was Realm's fault. He didn't join us for that.
No.
But he did go back and rewatch it later, and he agreed with the shit.
Yeah. So unanimous!
Yes. Okay. I should have included this here properly. Weathering with You, do you see it in there?
Yes, I think.
This was unfortunate.
Yeah.
So we lost this episode.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate, because it was one of our A tiers as well. And Realm was back for this one.
Yeah, because we didn't watch Your Name yet, right?
No, none of us... Or so you might have seen it. I've never seen it.
That is Weathering with You, alright.
Yeah.
We do have the ratings, though.
Yeah, I know. It was a unanimous approval, and Realm was here for this one.
Yeah.
Actually, I think at this point in the season, we got Realm back.
Yeah, I will say, with the Weathering with You, So for me, right, my rating over the movies we watched this season, and I've discussed this with you, but mine went Suzume, A Silent Voice, Weathering with You. Yours went A Silent Voice, Weathering with You, Suzume, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we flipped the Suzume and Weathering with You, and I think we both had different issues with each movie. And Weathering with You I thought it was a beautiful movie with a great soundtrack. It just didn't tickle me the same way Suzume did.
For me, I thought that the Weathering with You message was a little bit more consistent than Suzume's. Where Suzume's, it felt like it was... at times, especially as you got towards the climax, for me, it felt like it was an excuse to have beautiful animation and music.
Agree to disagree.
No, we don't. Pull out the rapiers. We're going to go out and duel. Okay, where's my weapon?
You get no weapon.
I got syrup.
I will pierce that, throw it away, and clean it up later. Also, that's honey, not syrup.
Oh. Yeah, it is honey.
You don't put honey in a... Jesus fucking Christ. Anyways, moving on from the lost episode.
Way of the House Husband.
Yay! Goku Shifudo!
And that one ended up in...
B tier?
B tier.
Yeah, you didn't like it.
No, I didn't. It wasn't an anime. It wasn't animated.
It was an anime!
Animation is a strong word to say about it.
It is an anime!
You can gas this one up if you want.
I like it. I think it's great. I don't by any means think it's the greatest thing I've ever seen, but it's a funny little show, and I think a lot of people would enjoy it.
I think I'd really enjoy it on Off the Shelf.
It's an anime! There's
a manga.
I know. I've read the manga. Well, we have too many things to do on Off the Shelf.
Alright, so here's one where Seki fumbled a little bit. Fairy Tale. We watched the... this is Oricon Seis, or Oracion Seis. And, man, like, this is one of the weakest arcs for me in a long time.
Had I gotten Fairy Tale up to an A tier the last time, or to a B tier?
It was either to a... Like, I think it was a...
I'd gotten it up
B tier, because Vorn wasn't on board.
Yeah.
This one was funny, because you got Vorn on board.
And then
but
lost
then
you.
I fell off of this one.
So it ended up B tier still.
Yeah. It was just such an odd arc to me.
Oracion Seis is a weird story arc because it's connected to story arcs before it and after it, but the arc itself feels a little bit more like almost just like a tournament arc excuse.
It feels like filler in the arc itself, and the arcs that it connects to before, I feel like it actively diminishes a lot of them. Jalal hurt me. Look, it was like the ending was too happy for me.
Look, I'm not gonna say a whole ton about this because it connects forward and
yay.
Yeah. So I don't wanna poke the wrong spoiler.
Speaking of poking bears, 86 Part 2.
You did not like this.
Originally.
But you liked it the second time through because you didn't have to wait between episodes and shit?
But, like, I put out a video on this channel,
yeah.
like, 86 Season 2 was fucking mid.
But it got an A tier, right?
Yeah, this time around I liked it a lot more. Not having that pause there helps. Imagine that. Animes are a lot better when they aren't getting massive amounts of delays between episodes.
Yeah. Well, and I think... Oh, God. Certainly something to account for is I don't blame the staff because it got delayed because of COVID, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was delayed because of COVID, first of all. And then, second of all, it's very different from Season 1.
I do think overall it's weaker than Season 1. But yeah. I do think... But I also don't... It had its moments, and having watched it through on the second time, it did not detract from Season 1 as much as it felt like it originally did for me.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Which is funny, because it almost ended up in the same season as Season 1, and I had to, like, openly campaign us not to do it because I wanted Season 1 to end up with in the A tier.
Well, that wasn't why we didn't do it. We didn't do it because at the time that it would have been pulled to record, it wasn't done yet because of the delays. But we were 2 episodes down. You and Vorn were actively trying to think of ways to fit it in still, like getting at the very end. Yeah. And I was the one like, no, I don't want to do that. Look, if Vorn and I had really wanted to, we would have. Fought. All right, move your feet. I need to. Oh God. Following that, though, and we're starting to hit towards the end here, as you can see. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we're right. Okay, a certain scientific railgun. Yay! Sticks around in the A tier. Barely. Which is hilarious because Realm watched the wrong arc. I feel like we shouldn't even count his vote, but he even approved the time before, so it doesn't matter. This is also mostly a filler arc. Kudos. Kudos to the author cracking the code on how to get renewed for unlimited seasons. Just call each one a different anime. They're not calling them different... Well, they do give them a different title, but they're still listed as separate multiple seasons. And no, it's a joke. Oh. I don't know. I've seen so much Index at this point. Look, you gotta stop being like, I'm gonna give it an approved, and then like later on be like, No, I'm not retracting my approved on it. Not this time. Plus, you knew that this one was shaky for me regardless. Oh, I did. It's just like... I'm not retracting it. This is the same as I reacted when we talked about it. I'm not pulling a in retrospect. No, it's a lot. And then our final anime here was Area 88, which was fucking fantastic. It was glorious. This one split right down the middle. Seki and Realm really liked it. Vorn and I were just absolutely middling on it. Well, you're wrong. I think I'm pretty right here. You're wrong. You are acutely wrong. And as you can see, this is where our tier list ends up just naturally. Yeah. Funny thing, we don't have a D tier. Yeah, because we didn't have anything that only one person liked.
Well, it was hard to, because the majority of the time we didn't have that ability open to us.
Oh, hey, Tacos! You know what? We might have said a couple videos back that it was supposed to start later. I don't actually remember, but I think we mentioned in another video about the stream, and I can't remember if we
Did
said
I schedule this too early?
I don't know.
Let me check my community post real quickly. I might have started this too early.
Oh, shit. Did you? Because we said 2 to each other, but...
I'm gonna triple check that community post.
Here. If you did a fuck up, then we're even on fuck ups for this stream.
No, I said 2 in the community post, so it was just, it might have been a throwaway thing in
like a previous video.
Maybe
yeah.
in a stream or something.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, Tacos, we started about 40 minutes ago. You've basically missed us giving like the most in-depth, detailed, amazing explanations you've ever heard of all of these anime and completely rehashing every
We're arguing
episode.
whether or not anime were mid.
Apparently, I'm more judgmental in retrospect.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's it for the season. That's all the anime we watched.
But that's not it for this stream.
No, absolutely not. We're going to be here for a little while longer. We got plenty more stuff to do.
So first off,
I think certain people in the club of Warren would also like to forget that we reviewed Keijo. I love Keijo. Gates.
Born gave it an uwu.
Yeah, but that was because I browbeat him into it. I'll admit it here and now. His rating should have been a shit. He said he was going to give it a shit, and then I argued over his definition of uwu until he gave in. I remember this. Gate of Bootylon.
So, as we do with every season, I looked at all of our anime that we... What's going on?
I froze again.
Oh no.
I'll fix it. I know how to fix it.
I see some more people in chat right now.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to say, if you see Seki freeze or I freeze or anything cut out, just let us know. We'll fix it.
I'm back. Thank you for letting us know. I'm having input issues. Apparently, when you try to run 1, 2, 3,
Too much.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like 10 things out of the USB ports on the back of your computer, it stops working.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah. So, I mean, by all rights, Keijo should not have been an uwu, technically. I just browbeat Vorn into it. Much like Ishizoku.
I would really have to go back and look, because I don't think he didn't hate it as much as Ishizoku. Not even.
No, but he didn't like it.
And he's not scared to like avoid the browbeating and give things a shit if he thinks that way. Like he didn't cave at all for Ishizoku.
I know, and I really tried there.
But no. I'd have to go back and watch episodes. I don't think it was nearly as browbeaten as you remember.
Regardless, now we get to do
GPAs.
Cute.
Oh yeah. Oh, go back. We haven't done the anime of the season yet.
Oh yeah, we forgot to do anime of the season.
That's gonna come. That's part of this section.
All right, yeah. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 shows to vote between. I think the only time we had more was season 2. In season 2, we had like 12, didn't we?
I don't remember how it looked season 2. I'd have to go back.
Yeah.
Technically, I could pull up the tier list now if I wanted to, but we can do that after we're done with everything if we really want to.
Yeah. So the way I'm gonna be honest, the way that we voted for this, yes, we did do Get Backers this year. A second submission of Get Backers. It's in B tier right there.
Yeah.
Because they didn't like the first one, but they improved on the second. Thank God. So the way that we did grand prize voting is basically we just numbered these 1 to 9.
If you're a political science nerd, rank choice.
Yeah. And then just added up everyone's scores, and the one, same as golf, least amount got highest one.
Yep.
I really see. Last time we had this many anime, I orchestrated an upset in the ratings.
Yes.
To get El Malloy.
Because El Malloy was the only she put it as her favorite, but it was high enough on everyone's, and she knew where things were to try and manipulate
everyone else's on their highest.
So, like rigging the system here.
I rigged the system. I could not do that this time because Vorn was so unpredictable, and we didn't even get did we get a rating from Realm?
I didn't take Realm's ratings on these.
Yeah, we didn't take Realm's ratings, so it was just out of 3 of us, and Vorn was so unpredictable. He fucked up this entire thing without even trying.
Do you want me to go through our individual ratings here?
You know what? Why don't we do this? Do you have where I sent you mine? Because I'll read mine out, you can read yours out, and then I can read Vorn's out.
I can pass it to you if you'd like. Give me a minute here.
Because naming the anime and then giving it our numbers doesn't really make sense. That's a little confusing to read. So if you have the list, then I can.
Hang on, I need to pull these up.
Yeah, because normally, I know typically where Nick Nack is sitting on almost every anime. I mean, maybe one or two I'll get out of order, but I know where he's sitting on pretty much everything at any given time. But, oh man, there were some, wild cards up here for Vorn, and, I think I thought he enjoyed some things more than he apparently did, or, maybe he enjoyed some things that he really liked more than I thought he did.
Do I still have... I have our two. I don't know if I took Vorn's into account.
Well, we can always figure his out later, but...
Well, I can read out my picks first here, because I have...
Alright, you read out yours and then pass it over to me.
So, how many of these? There were 9 total.
Yeah, top to bottom. What was your top?
Oh, I was going to start bottom first.
Oh, okay, bottom to top. Whatever you want to do. Make it hard. Make it difficult.
Make it annoying for Seki.
Yep.
So, the one I ranked at the bottom here was My Hero Academia. I think I've sat on this series too long here, for me. And then, following that, Certain Scientific Railgun. And then, obviously, I couldn't rank 86 Season 2 that high. Or Part 2. Then Nura Rise of the Yokai Clan sat solidly in the middle.
Which I was a little disappointed by, but I expected.
Weathering with You after that. Eminence in the Shadow. In third place for me was A Silent Voice. Second place, Mob Psycho 100. And then I gotta go with my fate here. Unlimited Blade Works all the way. Here was yours. I actually did order yours here, so.
So, for me, my 9th place was Certain Scientific Railgun. Followed by Mob Psycho 100. Then Eminence in the Shadow was 7th. 86th was 6th, so we both put that middling to low. I put Weathering with You in at 5. Fate Stay Night at 4. My Hero at 3, because for me it was brand new. And for those of you who watched that episode, I went into a deep and obsessive spiral after watching that show. And then I put... I was really going to fight for Nura as number 1, but I just had to give it up to A Silent Voice. I just had to. It had to be done. And I think... So, we don't have Vorn's, but let me see that for a second so I have all the names. So, what Vorn did that fucked us up was... So, and...
Seki... So, just for context here. Seki went into this, really... Because I still ranked Silent Voice really high.
Yeah.
Seki was really confident Silent Voice was going to end up as the anime of the season. And I was this entire time, saying... Careful, Seki. Vorn's a bit of a wild card with his tastes. It's really hard to predict what he is or isn't going to pick. And it's really close as it is with UBW and Silent Voice.
Yeah. Yes, Tacos. It is the full UBW and the first season of Mob Psycho. I have started reading Vigilantes, actually. I've started reading Vigilantes. I've read a couple of the other spin-offs. I'm caught up to the current manga. I'm not caught up to the anime, but that's because I'm caught up to the manga. And I've quite frankly read about a good 50% of the AO3 archive. Conservatively, a 50% of the archive. So, I think obsessive is the right word. I even have figures now. I've got fucking Dobbies up there and so many Hawks. And look, I even have a... Toshinori. I even have a Yagi.
But we don't have his numbers in front of us, so it's hard to actually remember what he put in. I'd have to go look back to our text conversations.
Tacos agrees with me.
What?
That Silent Voice was a shoo-in for anime of the season.
Well, it ranked high for me.
But I remember what threw the rankings up in the air. And that's because he put A Certain Scientific Railgun, Mob Psycho, and Eminence in the Shadow way up top.
Yeah.
He put those 3 top 3, and for both of us, they were bottom 4. And that threw everything on
which ones did he put in top 3?
So Railgun, Eminence, and Mob Psycho, I think.
Oh, I wonder why you've been so bitter about those 3 this episode.
Yeah. But because of that, he put Nura and My Hero and Weathering with You and Silent Voice much further down. And I just the absolute reversal of putting the bottom stuff to the top. And then I think...
UBW is still higher significantly in Silent Voice at the end.
Yeah. Because I think you have the final rankings.
Yes.
So let's reorder these 1 through 9, and then I'll move... Or 9 to 1, and I'll move 1 up to Grand Tier. So what came in 9th place?
Give me a minute here. I didn't pull that up yet.
God, I fought so hard for a silent voice. I was so confident that Silent Voice was gonna get it.
I wasn't smart, so I didn't order these ahead of time. I should have. But okay. Actually, I do have his rankings here now.
Oh, let me see then.
So the third one, the third number next to the names is Vorn's rankings.
Okay. So for 9th place, he put in Nura. That's what fucked with our ratings the most, because he and I flipped Nura so badly. And then for 8, he also put Railgun at 8. No. So I was wrong there. He put Railgun at 8. And then he put My Hero 7. Yeah. Mob Psycho 6.
It was just how the math played out here at the end.
Yeah.
You lost by math.
Yeah, Weathering with You, we all put in 5th place.
Yeah.
All of us. And then he put... What in 4th? Eminence in the Shadow in 4th. A Silent Voice in 3rd. Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works in 2nd. Oh, he put 86 in 1st place.
Yeah.
That's what fucked us up the most. I remember now.
And positioning of Silent Voice and just Stay Night being just above it, just barely edged Stay... Actually, I think it tied them, but because the tiebreaker there was obviously going to be Vorn, his preferred one was the one that was going to win.
I looked for a Miruko statue, and the only ones available were on pre-order and a little bit too expensive for me, so...
Y'all don't understand, what happened when these final things came out. Seki was fucking, devastated and,
I was mad.
Bitter.
I was angry. It was a big upset. Yeah, he really liked 86. So, alright, 9th place. What was 9th place, absolutely?
So, 9th, Railgun hit rock bottom.
Alright, let me find Railgun.
That doesn't surprise me. It's
already at the bottom. Okay. So, 8th place?
8th place is My Hero Academia.
I think that deserved higher.
I genuinely don't.
Did 86 deserve to be higher? Did all of 86 deserve to be higher than Season 1 of Boku no Hero?
That's not even the best season of Boku no Hero.
Okay, fine, whatever.
Following that's Nura Rise of the Yokai Clan.
Deserved so much better.
I won't hear anything from me. And I did a lot. I voted that a lot better than
you gave it a lot higher.
After that was Mob Psycho 100.
That deserves to be where it is.
I disagree, but we'll agree to disagree. Following that is a tie between Eminence in the Shadow and Weathering with You.
We did break that tie, right?
No, we didn't bother breaking that specific tie.
Alright, then I'll just put them like that. I'll put them in my preferred.
If you want to know what the tiebreaker would be, though, I can read it here.
Who would it have been?
So if it's anything like Fate Stay Night, it'll be whichever one was higher for Vorn. Eminence in the Shadow would have edged it out on Vorn.
Cool, I'm not doing that.
Sure. Love how all-in you were when you thought it could be Weathering with You.
Yeah, no.
Third
place?
Third place was 86.
Yeah, we tanked it too much to...
You and I tanked it, Vorn for the number 1, which shot it up.
And obviously, we've been talking about the upset and how it wasn't a Silent Voice, so Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works.
Yep.
Took the grand tier, which means that we have now had 2 Fate series take grand prize in 4 seasons.
That's part of why I was like, well, if we're going to do ranking the grand prizes, maybe that doesn't work out so well because there's 2 Fates in there.
I don't know. I know which one I'd rank higher.
You'd rank Elmo way higher.
Yeah, I would.
That's because you find him hot.
You're a Fate. Let's go, says Tacos. Yeah, so that came out to be our ranking.
It's an interesting ranking.
It is.
This is something you can only get at the Anime Club.
I will say, there's not... So, the last time we had so many anime in A tier, there was kind of a trend in genres towards what got ranked where. There is not this time. It's all over the place. So, there's not much to say about it, I mean...
It's a pretty wide selection of anime there. I think that's why we were so positive for most this season, is because we had a huge variety.
And after the end of Season 2, Season 3, obviously, Elmaloy was the Fate winner 2 seasons ago, I think. Tacos. It was Season 2, I believe.
It was the first round I got Seki to give up on Fate.
Yeah. And we actually did Fate Zero during the same season, but I didn't give Fate Zero an approved.
You did. It was Realm that didn't.
Realm didn't give it an approved, yeah. So it wasn't even in
And you've said lately that you've been open to going back to it at some point.
Yeah, I've been meaning to rewatch it and kind of redo my opinions on it, because I think...
We were in a pretty bad place when we watched that one.
Yeah.
That was like right when the pandemic hit, and I, in my wisdom, thought, hey, I want to watch Fate Zero. Let's throw in let's throw in this darker Fate that no one wants to watch when we're in the middle of a damn pandemic.
Yeah, because I was all in on the happy-go-lucky shit at that time.
So...
But I will say there's a pretty interesting and predictable trend to the E and toilet tears, in that they're mostly trash harem. Mostly. Yeah.
But like, we ranked pretty positively this season.
Well, we've also learned a little bit. I think, at least on my part, I don't know if maybe not you two or you three, because you three tend to be more, come what may. But I do. After season 2, I mean,
what just happened?
OBS just disconnected and reconnected?
Let me check the stream health.
Yeah. That's odd. It literally, 1 second.
Are you frozen there?
No, I'm not
Looks
frozen.
like we're still going. I'm going to raise my hand here. Just keep talking, and once I see the wave, we're clear.
Okay. I'm wondering if maybe it was quick enough that it didn't...
It will reconnect, so it could be like a quick doot-doot-doot, and then it's back. Did
good?
Taco say anything in the chat?
Yeah, Taco says something.
I think... Oh, yeah, we're good. We're clear.
Yeah, Taco's more harem animes.
So...
Yeah, okay, we noticed. It made a noise on my computer. But yeah, so at least with me, I do tend to try to tailor my submissions a little bit more. With a few notable exceptions. I'm not quite giving up on Katekyo or Get Backers, because I just love them too much, and you will have to watch Prince of Tennis again someday.
I know. But I've kind of had the opposite thing happening, where I realize...
You've been giving no fucks lately.
Well, I've had to put in more Fates, because it's in some way, we've got a little bit of audience count. So much of our audience are Fate fans here that I feel like I have to feed them.
I'm so sorry for all of our non-Fate fans.
Look, this season, after a certain point, I'm actually going to be taking a break from submitting Fates, most likely.
Oh, you know what we should have done? Oh, we should have done a tier list for the reacts.
No, there's too many of them.
Oh, damn.
Go watch the Seki Smasher Pass special if you want to get some rankings on her.
Alright, so that's the grand... So now we get to move on to...
Just general, season ratings here, including my favorite, the GPA. You guys get graded.
Oh, okay. We'll start on Alright, GPA.
You can move to the overall if you want, just...
Nah.
Alright, so
we've got... Okay, so we have a couple general categories. So Knick-Knack likes to be a weirdo math statistician grading person.
I'm not even the STEM major in the group.
You're not. I'm not either, but I'm taking statistics.
I've taken a statistics course.
I know, but I'm taking a second statistics course for my major. for some godforsaken reason.
I took one for my major.
But, so he gives us grades, and then we've also got some, most improved, least improved.
Just some general,
saltiest fish in the sea, most
fun
accommodating.
Awards.
Also, yeah, Monogatari fans really are starving. After Bake Monogatari, we never watched another.
I think none of us were too crazy.
I loved Bake!
Then submit more. Put it in the hat.
I don't know the Monogatari series. I don't watch them.
There's an entire order. I don't know what it is. I'll help you figure that out if you want me to. I did look into the order back when we watched it for the first time.
Yeah, because I liked Bake, but I am not a Monogatari person.
Whereas I was the one that put Bake Monogatari in the first time, and I was probably the most lukewarm person on it.
Yeah, because you liked Bunny Girl more, and I thought that they were very similar and liked them both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, okay, so,
right.
GPAs here. So, do you want me to go in highest to lowest, or lowest to highest here?
Yeah, no, highest to lowest.
You want to go highest to lowest?
Highest to lowest. Who had the best grade?
So, the most consistent average here was Vorn, at a 3.4 GPA.
Damn. I thought it would be me.
Following that was...
Well, hang on. What were Vorn's shows? So
I know what happened here, because I was doing the math.
Because Vorn didn't get a lot of shows.
He didn't,
right?
And we had a couple big stinkers between the two of us.
Okay. That explains it.
Yeah. You got second place, though, at 2.8.
Yeah. Which is technically not great.
No, it's not. I will get into what difference that was from last season in a second.
Taco says the Monogatari timeline, my god, and Stray Meridoc says Bake is the only good Monogatari anyways. Not Nisei Monogatari?
I don't know the other Monogataris. So.
That's the only other
I
one
love the
know
OP
name
for
of.
Nisei Monogatari.
Yeah.
But following you is me at 2.33.
I'm gonna be honest, I feel like you might have been at the bottom if Realm had actually been around.
But Realm did get submissions. It's not like we didn't watch his
That's
stuff.
true. We did watch his
and
stuff.
we actively gave him a lot more than he would normally get.
Yeah.
What he did get was Do You Love Your Mother and her 2-hit multi-target attack. Look, it can take, like, a shit tier can fucking tank you.
Oh, apparently Kizu is good, but Nisei is the worst. That's okay.
Fun to know.
Yeah.
So, in that, this season's Best Taste Award goes to Vorn, and this season's Trashiest Taste Award goes to Realm.
Yeah, Realm had some real bad shit.
Yeah. Alright, just quick, in case you want to know what the differences were here, I had a plus 0.17 to my GPA. Seki, you had a minus 0.45 to your GPA.
It was fucking Kamigami.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Mom Isekai, you forgot tacos. No one can ever forget the Mom Isekai. It was a traumatic event in all of our lives. Send help, please.
Vorn had a plus 0.74, and Realm had a minus 1.34.
Deserved.
So the most improved tier is obviously Vorn, and the failure tier here is Realm.
Yeah. I mean, okay, but, like, because of how bad my scores were, like, the first season or two, I was most improved, like, 2 years in a row. Just because I did so much better.
So here's an award that I personally make sure to get in here, just because it gives us an idea of how mean or nice we're being to each other, and how, like, generally open we're being with these anime.
Which I think, the funny thing is, normally last season I was the most open.
Yes.
And generally I'm pretty accepting. I'm one of the more accepting members. So,
this is all statistics, so there are some things like weird intricacies. I don't think the season was particularly negative, as you can see. So that these awards are hyperbolic, but at the same time, it's not like we were particularly bad about it this season. But the most open went to Vorn this season. And then the Saltiest Fish in the Sea award, that's my name for it, was a tie between Seki and I. But while the numbers were tied, I broke that by comparing how many shits we gave. And Seki gave more shits.
What did I give a shit to besides Mother?
I would have to look at the stuff that... I think it was literally one shit.
But...
No, not Mother, but there was another show you gave a shit to, I think. I'd have to go back.
Huh.
There was something in there you gave a shit to.
I believe you. Yeah, sometimes the one shit makes all the difference. And you know what? It probably fucking deserved it. It probably fucking deserved it.
So... The next award's actually one that's been pretty useful for us on how we organize the seasons for the channel.
Yeah.
The luckiest and least lucky.
Oh, yeah. Was I the luckiest?
You were the luckiest.
Well, yeah, we had a weird snafu in season 4 where I did actually get pulled once and then completely give up my spot. Because something came out of that. I mean, I'll talk about it now, obviously, tier list, but Rurouni Kenshin came out of the hat. And it was before... the new Rurouni Kenshin had started, and my original thought when I put it in was it probably won't come out till the new one starts. I'll watch the new one, and then if I like the new one, I'll have them watch one episode of the old one, and then the new one so that they can kind of see what the old one looked and sounded like, and then just watch the new one because it'll probably be better. It's the same thing I have in the hat for Shaman King and Fruits Basket when they come out. It's just look at the old one, watch it just so you know what it was like watching it, and then watch the new one because they're really good adaptations, but... I admit I don't necessarily always look up the authors of the stuff I'm reading or watching, and Rurouni Kenshin is one of those things that I found on YouTube, HD, English sub, for free on YouTube.
It's a great series. It's pretty well known. You were going to find it.
And the books I have, I bought all secondhand, like used bookstores and stuff, so, and I had never really looked up the author, so I didn't know what was going on with the author. And it brought up... I don't want to say like a disagreement, because it wasn't a disagreement per se, but amongst the club members there is some discussion over whether or not we can give platform to that sort of thing, and whether or not we should, and if we have to require all members to participate, or if people can be allowed to bow out if issues have come up and happened. And, you know, I personally will separate art from artist, but I also, you know, wouldn't have given them I also would have, like, pirated it, so I wasn't giving them any hits or anything, you know? So there was a discussion, and I wanted to wait till the new one came out anyways, and so I did just give up that pull to Realm. Like, so somebody else got pulled from the hat, it ended up being Realm. So, like, I would have been luckiest even without that. But, yeah. Also, yes, I was the salty sea dog.
Yes.
But yeah, so we did have kind of a philosophical discussion, like, kind of near the end of the season about the ethics of watching shows like that, because turns out I actually have 2 shows in the hat that have similar controversies, because I also have Toriko in the hat. And so that's something that we will have to tackle the next time they come out, because I'm not going to put it off next time it's out. I've seen the new series.
There were extra extenuating circumstances beyond that this time.
Yeah.
But when it comes out, we will have to sort of
when it comes out again, we will do it. However we end up doing it. Yeah.
So, following that is the most unlucky.
It had to be You Were Born.
It was me.
Yeah.
I was the least lucky.
Taco's the same thing that was up with Rurouni Kenshin pretty much was up with Toriko. The author of Toriko, I believe, has been in jail for similar issues.
There's some more nuance between the two from what I've seen. But
there's a little bit of nuance between the two, but when we say nuance between the two, what we mean
we're talking the nuance of like the most heinous crime you can really commit.
I mean, not quite the most heinous.
Not quite, but it's pretty up there.
It's up there, and you know, you don't necessarily want to be splitting hairs on where you fall on on an author's kind of moral ethics based on the size of the age gap, rather than the fact that there was an inappropriate age gap. Yeah, Tacos, you got it.
Yeah.
so yeah, we'll tackle that. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it again.
So. The next award was fucking scuffed. Because previous seasons I've had the 2 awards. The most likely to be high, which is who gave the most ooh-woos.
Yeah.
And the probably not paying attention award. So for the most likely...
Who gave the most mez, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, who gave the most ooh-woos was a tie between you, Vorn, and I think even Realm ended up tied there.
Because we didn't have a lot of ooh-woo-worthy shows.
But, so, and there's no real way to tie-break that. Mm-hmm. So everyone was high except for me this season.
Yeah.
That said, for who was not paying attention, I didn't even do the math here. Realm literally wins that by default.
Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Yeah, Realm obviously wins not paying attention. I mean, he didn't even watch, like, at least, 4 or 5 of these?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, more than 4 or 5.
Taco says you seem to be suffering on both our anime and manga series.
Yeah. Being fair, I have an entire Fate sub series on this channel that I get to
it also probably doesn't help that Vorn and I do actually kind of align in taste these days a lot more, and we are kind of on the spectrum away from Knick Knack in terms of what
hilariously
we're
while there are some very big matters of disagreement, I probably align most out of everyone who's been on the channel Bokage.
Yeah. CC definitely aligns with me.
And Realm falls somewhere weird in the middle.
Realm is the outlier. You know how you don't count the man who eats 600 spiders a year? That's Realm. You don't count the man who watches 500 harems a year.
Every time Realm watches an anime, it flips a coin.
Every time Realm watches an anime, I hope he watches it with headphones in.
Yeah. Alright, so the next part here is just a fun little thing.
Oh god, Tacos, so if you go back to our our final thoughts Hame for an episode. It was in season 2 when we were doing like 5 episodes per episode. But if you go to that one, there's a point where Vorn and I just went off recommending villainess animes and mangas, and we had a list that was like 3 screens long in the video.
You can see the point where Knick Knack started dying eternally.
Yeah, it is glorious. So, ironically, out of all of us, I'm the one who's seen Shimoneta. No.
So, why don't we move on here a little bit? The next thing I have here is favorite finds. I'll let you read yours because it's yours.
Yeah, so favorite finds. Basically things that we hadn't seen before, but like we thought were really, really amazing. And I feel like it's definite. Like y'all could definitely predict that mine is a silent voice.
Yeah.
I did argue to Knick Knack that it should have been Suzume, but I had to go with silent voice because it had to be something that was part of the tier list.
Yeah.
So silent voice,
but with an honorable
Suzume.
mention to Suzume.
Yeah, like I had not. I mean, my experience with anime movies up till now had been Studio Ghibli and movies that were spun off of TV of anime franchises.
TV or TV anime movies.
So Suzume and Silent Voice just hit it out of the fucking park for me. Like, they were stunning.
My favorite find here was Mob Psycho 100. I did not expect it to entertain me as much as it did. I just love the characters of it. Reagan in particular is now eternally like one of my husbandos. Oh, even if you're poo-pooing Mob Psycho 100, you have to admit Reagan is up there.
Reagan is the best character. Yeah.
And then Vorn here, and this is some niceties to Saki here. Vorn gave his favorite find to Eternal Boys.
Which is really odd, because I really didn't expect that to get anyone's favorite.
I didn't either.
It's like, I liked it, but it was a bit of a wild... Hello, friend.
What probably affected that was Vorn, out of all of us, had seen the most anime that we put up this season, I think, ahead of time.
Hello, my love. Would you like to stop making noise over there? I think the answer is no.
So, Vorn picking from the anime he hadn't seen before, that's how we landed on Eternal Boys. Whereas I think Seki and I found a lot more new anime this season.
Well, I mean... Per se, I think the only anime I'd continue that was new was Boku no Hero. Because we finished Unlimited Blade Works.
I think you were talking about Boku no Hero. I'm like, no, you can't do that because it was your submission and you watched it earlier.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I didn't take Realms. I probably could have. I had a question mark here for if I wanted to, but I didn't end up doing it since most of the anime he watched this season was his own.
Yeah. Yeah. So it makes sense.
Yeah. And that is all I have here.
Okay.
For awards.
What that means is we get to move on to the overall tier list.
Yeah. Just a quick peek at it.
Has every anime that we have watched for the last 4 seasons.
Updated placements too.
Yep. Which means, if something got moved up or down, it was reflected in here. Notably, I think Get Backers has moved up to B tier from where it was in C tier. God, it's so weird thinking back to, like, some of the anime we've done, Oh, no, Tacos. We didn't even think about a Waifu of the Season category.
It's funny, like, a long time ago, we actually did do something like that,
well,
like, halfway through the season.
Wars.
Yeah, where we had Waifu Wars, where we picked our favorite waifus and argued it out. I actually had a lot of fun with that, but it was a pain for Seki to edit.
I still think that you should not have won that one round where it was the fucking...
One of my gag waifus won something.
No, but I mean, there was remember the character from Akatsuki no Yona?
Suon!
My Suon deserved it.
No, it was my Suon.
No, my Suon.
We picked our favorite waifus, and we allowed dupes. So there was like 2 Suons in there, 2 Sakuras in there.
Yeah, but my Suon should have won.
My Suon was clearly superior.
No, mine was the better of the 2. Also, I'm still disappointed that, who did Demiurge didn't make it further.
He made it pretty damn far, though.
He made it pretty far.
I think he only lost to one of the Sakuras at the end.
Yeah, I fought for Demiurge. Let's see. ranking the winners of each season, see who comes out on top. Huh?
We talked about doing that.
Yeah.
Future season we'll do it. Maybe we'll even do a full...
Season is an anime season, not club season.
I think the problem is not enough of us watch the full anime seasons.
And when we watch anime seasons, we don't watch the same shows most of the time. If I had to say it out, like, for example, of the season that just finished up, out of, like, the shows that we have watched together, Your. Because it's pretty much the only show we both watched recently. Your.
Spy X Fam?
Yeah.
Well, you and I both know.
Still coming out.
True.
I'm saying finished shows, so Your.
And that's not quite finished yet.
But season 1 is. Freyren season 1 is not.
Yeah.
So if we had to talk about a season that is finished, that we've both seen...
The winner would always end up being whatever show we happen to watch together that season.
Yeah. I don't think I know what you're asking, Tacos.
Let me take a look at it.
Yeah, when we review season by season or arc... Yeah, we have episode counts that we're allowed, but like we don't necessarily submit by arc or season. Usually we submit by a season.
It's meant to be broken up easily for seasons, either by because it's the standard here is one core is our submissions, but obviously shows that predate the seasonal process or shows that have odd seasonal breakdowns. We have extensions. I think right now we're up to 20 episodes.
Yeah. 20 episodes.
But we don't break down by arc because otherwise Seki would be doing horrible things with One Piece.
Actually, you're right. Actually, it wouldn't be that bad. I mean, there'd be a few, but I wouldn't make you watch like the Alabasta arc, because a saga is different than an arc in One Piece. You know, like East Blue was made up of like 8 arcs.
But the other reason why we made it an episode count deal is just because we were and we still are all very busy. And we wanted to keep it on a pretty consistent schedule.
Yeah, so I guess, I mean... Oh, top waifus of each core in a season.
Waifus for the anime season?
Yes, Taco says, by, like, top waifus of each core in a season of the club. I mean, I suppose there are certain shows we could have done that, but we don't... You know what? I feel like we need to keep better track of our waifus.
Do something more with the waifus?
Yeah.
We did for season 1.
Yeah, we have that category, and yet we don't really keep track of it, but we should. Also, Stray Meredek, who is completely right, says, can't ideologically break One Piece into more than one part. It is one part. You must watch it all. All 1,000 and some episodes. One Piece. One pace.
Don't give her ideas, please.
Yeah, I have been kind of prefacing the idea of trying to use One Pace instead of One Piece to.
I feel like I came up with something that bargained her down from going too crazy on One Piece for us recently.
I don't know, man. I feel like One Pace would have been a good in between, but.
Look, don't tell me you're not happy with our current setup for this.
I am kind of happy. Yeah. So for kind of like the last 4 seasons, I will say there is a definite trend in shows that got the grand prize. Overlord, El Malloy, 86, Fate, Can You Tell? It's dark fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's the stuff that's going to stick out in our minds the most,
well,
I think.
I think that the real difference here is that
our taste in comedy will be extremely subjective as we get close to that.
No, you don't like cute things the same way that me, Vorn, and Realm do.
Not the same way.
Yeah. So a lot of like more lighthearted shows or like chill shows, like shows that aren't so get tanked by that.
I have some times where I relent.
No, I know.
I'm loving Spy X Family right now, and that's nothing if not cute.
Yeah, but it's rare. It's an exception, not the rule. The rule is in general that dark fantasy does better, and it's mostly because of you.
Yeah, it's because I don't go to cute anime for my comfort, like, at all.
Yeah, whereas Vorn, Realm, and I are perfectly happy watching and being very happy with a cute anime when it is time. Do you want to see if Luna wants the door open? Because she's down over there, and I don't know.
Looks like she's at her food, but I'll open the door.
Nope. Okay. That makes sense, yeah. I will say, we have watched a surprising amount of anime. Let's say 4, 5, 6, 7.
Please, Tacos, you're killing me here. I'm gonna quickly delete that comment before Seki sees it.
Yes!
Tacos, you're blocked.
Okay, so 75 to 78, given that I may have lost count at one point. 75 to 78, like, unique anime that we have watched over the course of 4 seasons. Which breaks down about right when you think we're doing 25 to 26 episodes a season, and some are repeats. So, that breaks down about right.
I watch more anime because of the club than I have in my life.
It's a lot of anime, yeah. No tacos. We recommend more cute anime. Do it now. But yeah, we've watched a lot of. Yeah, you're right. Amagami and Do You Love Your Mother are the only shits so far.
I feel like a really good like straight comedy could end up as a best of season at some point.
Lucky Star, that was the best chance at it. I'm gonna be real. Lucky Star had the best chance of it, and that did not...
Wasn't that the same season as Elmaway, though?
Yeah.
And that's partially your fault in that case.
I didn't rank Lucky Star that low, though, that season.
I don't know if I ranked it that high, but also Realm can submit Lucky Star again. Like, I have a feeling it has a good second shot.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. We've only seen season 1 of Konosuba, right?
Season 2's in the hat, but yeah, we've only done season 1.
Yeah, and Konosuba it was in A tier, I think, during the same season as Elmaway. Anything that was during the same season of Elmaway fell to my wrath, because I was so determined to get Elmaway on top that I rigged that entire season's win. Like, I knew what Realm and Vorn and Knick Knack were putting in, and I deliberately skewed my results to get Elmaway up top that season. So anything that was in that season, it sucks to suck. It did not get grand. And I think, definitely Konosuba, that's something that we'll probably revisit again. And I know that my opinions on it certainly have changed since then. I'm not going to say move it down now. I'm not going to say that. But I would be interested in seeing where it ends up after season 2. There's a few things in the top tier that if we ever went back to them, I'd be curious to see where they ended up after season 2.
What we're kind of learning here is that in the moment you tend to be much nicer to shows than as time goes on.
Yeah.
But that happens to be for a lot of things for you, I notice.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's, because there's plenty of things in the hat that we can go back to. I mean, we haven't finished Noragami, we haven't finished Kaguya.
Haven't finished Overlord.
Bofuri season 2 came out. There's another season of Hamefura. Goblin Slayer season 2?
That's coming out now. There's also, I think it's a canon movie. I could be wrong about it being canon.
Konosuba has more. Obviously, One Piece has more.
There's still more Demon Slayer.
More Demon Slayer. More Lucky Star.
Bunny Girl has a movie.
Yeah, Bunny Girl does have... There's more Horimiya. There's more Index still. There's more Boku no Hero. There's more Eminence in the Shadow. More Mob Psycho. More Nura. I mean, basically, only the movies and Re-Life.
And there's always more Fate.
The movie is indeed canon for Goblin Slayer.
Cool, that's what I thought.
And there's always more Fate, although there are Fates that are lower than A tier.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I'm staring at 2006 in B tier. It does not deserve it.
How the hell did 2006 end up in B tier? Like, I know why I gave it an approved.
Yeah.
I don't know why everyone else gave it an approved.
I don't know. I don't even remember who ended up giving it approved at the end.
I think you gave it an approved.
Maybe. By the way, I need you to take over for me for a second.
Sure.
Luna and I are currently of the same mind.
I will take over the hot chair.
Yep.
Chat right in front of me. Okay. Doesn't really matter. We had 2 cameras going, but at least now I can look at the chat. Let me go back. I can actually reference this. We should give you guys access to this once we have the new hat in place. Because we are working on a new hat. A new public hat that we can use both privately and let you guys see it publicly. And that should also include our rankings. But let me take a look. Okay, so Fate Stay Night 2006 was contained to our first season somehow. No, Fate Stay Night 2006 is in D tier. Yeah, no, that's exactly where it should be. That's me. Was she looking at Fate Zero? I think she was looking at Fate Zero when she said that. 2006 is in the D tier. And I'm the only one that gave it an approved there because there are things I like about 2006. I don't know how much I went into it back then, but 2006 has its problems. It has a lot of problems. I'm actually considering a video on the problems of the Fate Stay Night anime adaptations, but it certainly it has stuff that I like as a Fate fan, but I knew wouldn't appeal to anyone else. Yes, the score. I love the score. The score put Seki to sleep when she watched it. Seki really does not like that the score. I love it, but Seki doesn't. And I kind of see why. It's a very, not atmospheric, but moody score, kind of. So it's subdued, and when you're watching a show that is like Fate Stay Night, where the show's not keeping your attention at all, it makes a perfect lullaby. Because 2006 did not keep Seki's attention. I saw it, just went up yesterday. I almost bought it myself, but I need to watch. I'm also holding out for a few other soundtracks. I'm still like, where the hell is the North American release of the digital soundtrack for? Like, it's been how long now? I feel like they're really holding on to this one. Yeah. I love pretty much every Fate soundtrack, by the way. Like, even my least favorite Fates, I adore the soundtrack. I don't think Fate's had any soundtrack misses yet from the anime, in my opinion. And again, I haven't watched the Unlimited Blade Works movie in a long time. You say that, I could hear it in my head right now. Weirdly, that's one I do associate that Fate in that song a lot, even though it's the only anime it's in. Let's see here. Anything fun I'm saying with that, or anything Seki missed that I caught? Okay. While Seki's away, I'm going to take a guess at stuff that'll fall in future submissions. That would be a fun soundtrack to have access to. Okay, future submissions. I'm going to go out on a limb and take a guess. Konosuba might fall, just because Seki is Seki. I can actually see Demon Slayer falling, even though I don't think it should for the next submission I'm doing. I don't know about Horimiya. Railgun I can see falling, even though I think the next arc of Railgun is the actual best arc in the series. Like, within the entire franchise. Ooh, I can see Boku no Hero falling, but that's just because I'm an asshole. Eminence in the Shadow, who fucking knows? That could fall to B or C tier, or that could end up like in a reverse uwu tier somehow. I have no idea how that's gonna go. I wouldn't have expected Mob to fall, but Mob might fall. And yeah, I don't know enough about Nura. I hear Seki coming back. We were talking about it.
I'm sure you were. What were you saying that I really didn't like?
Oh, we were looking. I was just taking a prediction on some of the things that'll fall for one reason or another. Obviously, we know a lot of what would make you fall on some of the A tiers, but I pointed out that I'm probably going to tank My Hero at some point.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Yeah. I mean...
And there are some where I just feel like someone's going to fall. even if it's not you or me.
I wouldn't necessarily hold out hope for either Goblin Slayer, Konosuba, Mob Psycho, or Eminence on my part. And even Index at this point, I'm slogging through that. But that's just me, you know? I'm judgmental. Apparently I'm a salty. Honey, you... Did you see her just stick her face into the curtain?
Yep.
Honey. Okay, I'll leave you. My bad. I'm sorry, Scrungly. This fucking cat. Old cats, man. Old cats. Good old Nick Knife.
No, we skipped the UBW movie. I'm the only one that's ever watched it, and I've largely forgotten about it. I watched it out of sheer curiosity, and...
Was it not good?
It is probably one of the worst things Fate's put out.
That is a strong statement. Is it really that bad?
It's... Imagine trying to condense all of the Unlimited Blade Works route into a single movie.
Oh, I see how that could be a problem. Yeah, I see it. Alright.
It's mostly a highlights reel.
Yeah. Alright, if you wanna... Give me...
Are we getting that going?
We're gonna try.
Let's see. We're going to try giving you guys something to look at while we talk here, so it's not just us rambling in front of a non-moving tier list.
Oh, I thought you were gonna pass it to me a different way. Okay.
No, it's right here.
Yeah, but I thought you were gonna...
I can bring it around the other side if you need me to.
Too late.
The card's right there. Seki's going to pull up some FGO.
Oh. I'm gonna try.
Now, you probably have some data updates.
I do have an update. And then I gotta make sure that it's gonna project correctly. Remember, I gotta go in and do that weird game thing on my phone? Yeah. Throw up a GIF of Altair. I don't have a...
I know where to find that GIF if we really want to do that at some point, but that's only if we need an absolute visual distraction.
Yeah. No, I'll get FGO up, and then we're gonna talk season 5, you know?
And some other stuff.
Yeah, upcoming projects, scheduling, things to look out for, etc.
Will Knick-Knack be more consistent at streaming?
Alright, let's see. I gotta do 2 things. I gotta go into my settings.
I should probably have chat open on my end so I'm not just squinting at your screen.
Yeah, that's probably fair. We're gonna turn that on.
When do we get the non-anime club non-canon movies? It's kind of Suzume.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. We don't watch a whole lot of non-canon movies.
No, he's asking because we're covering the season. When are we getting the anime club, the movie that's non-canon?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
When are we getting the anime club film Red? Not the review film Red. The anime club, a movie about us that's not canon.
Oh.
And I was saying that's kind of our like Suzume one-off reviews here. The ones that aren't counted in the official season end.
You've got some high school experience of making anime-themed movies.
Oh, I actually like those. Those were funny. Right. But they're also removed from YouTube, so I wouldn't have, but they're removed.
Alright, I'm trying to get this working. But I don't know what the... There's a setting on my phone I need to...
turn off. I've learned what HDCP is since then. Because I had to figure the similar thing out for my PS5 when I was recording Samurai Remnant. I figured that shit out like 5 minutes before the stream started.
Yeah. Well, it's not working so far. What was it called?
HDCP. It's basically, you have to throw your phone into a certain mode so that it doesn't, you don't put on...
I don't have HDCP.
Okay.
I've got something else, and I gotta figure it out. We've done this before.
Yeah. And I don't know Androids. In the worst case scenario, I just plug in my phone and I'll do some grinding on the current event.
True.
For a background. Or we can throw up the wiggle, the Altera wiggle.
Ooh. Let's see. I was hoping that maybe in media output I could... What?
Tacos making a funny.
It is a funny.
I'm going to enjoy one of these Snickers I've had sitting here.
Oh!
I can unplug and replug if you want.
No, I have an idea. I think I might need to. No, because I figured out what the setting is. Oh.
Yep, this is where we get to sometimes. You just have to fix it now.
Yeah. The only problem is it's failing to download the update for Fate.
You got to be in-app for it to do it.
I'm trying. I'm trying to do both.
I've never seen the original Astro Boy. I've seen the... I watched the interesting reboot movie they did of it. You have your own adapter by chance? I actually might have another idea.
That's not the problem. It's me. No, knick-knack. It's my phone, not the adapter. I saw the screen. I saw the correct screen. It's not the cord. But I've got this weird like Samsung Dex thing that like it's supposed to work, but it kind of doesn't. And that's the problem I'm running into. Yeah. Because I saw the right screen through here.
I've only seen the 2008 movie. I'm curious in Asteroid. I'll probably put it in the hat at some point because it's so historical for anime, but...
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see if I can get it to...
Because I'm using a different adapter than I normally do, and I'm wondering if that's why we're hitting that HDCP thing on your normal phone screen.
To be honest, it's not even showing up the thing I found before.
I think the thing you found before is safe, but with this adapter, for some reason, it's catching on HDCP. When it didn't normally do that before, I think.
I mean, you could try.
Okay. I'm going to be unplugging this HDMI cord and giving you a new one.
Alright. Yeah, I don't know why Knick-Knack never watched Astro Boy.
Honestly, it's one of those anime I probably could have watched even before I was an anime fan, because my dad likes it.
Yeah, it's so good. We really do need to do more kind of old mecha.
The oldies?
No, just like old mecha. You know? Like Gundam and shit. I'd kill for some Gundam right about now.
Gundam is in the hat.
Yeah.
Here, plug this into your phone. Hand me back this HDMI cord.
Okay. A cord.
Oh, gosh, I didn't go all the way through.
Yeah, you didn't actually give me a cord. Alright, let's see.
That cord might be able to bypass it.
Oh. Yep.
There we go. I just move them over, and you guys I get to hide. Ah, freedom.
Yeah. Yeah, Gundam.
All right. So now that we're
just gonna data update.
Let that update. You want to go ahead and get started explaining what the next season looks like?
Yeah, so obviously every season so far we've changed our format just slightly to get both the way that we do our random hat and the way that we do our own submissions, and then the way that videos go up. And because we've been trying to kind of find a format that works for us, and of course formats change, especially when we're changing softwares, right? Because like some of the things that we were doing in season 2 we don't have to do now, like we can do better. So moving into season 5, we're gonna go back to a single episode review, like just one long form podcast. It's gonna be a lot more acceptable if we want to go off tangent, you know, like if we want to just kind of randomly discuss stuff in the middle because we get into some sort of discussion rather than trying to stay very focused on...
The structure is still remaining largely the same within the episode.
Yeah,
it's just you're getting it all at once.
Yeah, we're still ratings, still got to talk about kind of the technical aspect of the anime, the story, the characters, and then kind of like other stuff, but this will just allow us to go on tangents freely and not have to really police ourselves as to what we're talking about in each section.
Because we've noticed for the last 2 seasons now, that spoiler-free review was kind of redundant.
Yeah.
And the free talk was pointless.
Yeah, so we'll go back down to one podcast episode with the potential option at some point to record virtually if one of us is unable to make in person or something. We do have a virtual...
By the way, do you want to feed in the capture card audio to them?
Oh, I forgot about that. I don't know if it's too loud.
Is your phone on silent?
No, my phone is very loud. Let us know how the...
I don't think it's feeding audio at all, which is fine.
Yeah.
It's fine at the end of the day. It's not the direct point, and we're not reading story here or anything like that.
Yeah.
This is just Seki to be tapping around FGO, maybe clear some of the early stories that she doesn't really feel like reading yet.
Yeah, pretty much. But, you know, so back down to the one episode format. And then, which it should produce one longer, kind of more podcasty episode. Hopefully it'd be easier for people to listen to, you know? Maybe not watch necessarily, but for certain listen to. You know, more conducive for just sitting and binging.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because of that, we'll no longer be uploading 3 times a week. We'll typically, I think the goal is twice a week. Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday, because we're still in a 2-week block. So 2 weeks of content is one cycle for us, which means, yeah, basically, I mean, it won't per se be like non-spoiler, but I mean, non-spoiler for us already was just becoming technical aspects and ratings.
Yeah, and so, that we still cover that stuff.
We'd still do that at the beginning. We just wouldn't be splitting the videos up and deliberately stopping ourselves from moving on. Like, if you want to bring up something character related, you know, because that's why you like the show, go off. Do it. Go for it, queen. You do you, boo. Mm-hmm. Whatever you want. I'm gonna have to clear my how many like dailies and random shit that's popped up.
Should just get a lot of free quartz today.
Yeah.
Who's on Wrapup right now? It should be Oryu and Ryoma.
Alright. Oh god, so many.
Izumo no Okuni. I think no, that's JP.
Arrowheads of Malice, External Gear, Proof of Hero.
Which one do you have less of?
I have 9 of the Proof of Hero and none of the other 2.
Grab one of the other 2.
Okay. Yeah, alright. I guess I'll go take a look at friend summons. Oh, Jesus. I think I have a lot of friend summons. Nope, the one let me do that. Alright. Okay, so the friend point summon... It's this one, right?
Yep.
Cool. Can I just...
You can click right into it. I don't know how many friend points you have, but...
27,000.
Oh, you have plenty. Yeah, you can just roll on that if you want to.
Yeah.
Give you a lot of junk, but hey, there's some fun stuff in there.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt me to have a little bit of junk. Yeah, so, you know, the one podcast episode, and then we'll be recording... So in our 2-week block, generally we'll schedule to have 4 videos go up, minimum. And typically what that's going to consist of is 1 anime club, 1 off the shelf, 1 Seki reacts, and sometimes an extra Seki Reacts or some other content, because we're planning to do 3 Reacts a month going forward.
As a standard, whereas before we had 2 as a standard and more if we felt like it.
Yeah, so thus far, we have all of next year's Reacts in a list planned out by month. So we know exactly what we're doing when, and it's, with the exception of just a couple of months, like Fate Month and Halloween, it's all in 3s.
Yeah, I mean, we still increase the amount if we feel like it, but 3 is our new standard.
Got a fucking Mozart, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'll go again.
Month of France, part 1 and 2. Let's go.
Yeah, actually, I think we do have
We do have a month
a couple
of France
of
in there,
French.
basically.
I think we have 2.
The fucking French.
Yeah, I think we have 2 month of Frances. So we'll do that, and then, so ideally, basically, that's what we would be getting. The first week of every cycle would be a Monday, Thursday, and the second week will be a Tuesday, Friday, and then streams will intersperse, because
ideally Knickknack's more consistent, but also Knickknack's going to be putting the foot to the fire to the others to actually do some streaming for once.
Yeah, Realm's getting ready to think about streaming once he gets settled into his schedule. I will be more active in general after I get my fucking dissertation in. This undergraduate thesis is literally killing me. I am going to die over this fucking paper. So once that goes in, like, my next semester is basically a throwaway. I have 1 class I need to take to graduate, and the rest are just for my own edification and knowledge. So I will have a lot of free time. And I think I still want to do a little bit more Wind Waker. I said I'd do Pokemon with you.
Yes.
Yeah. And I do want to do more of my own.
Oh, you got a new
FGO
servant.
streams. Oh, did I?
I don't know who it is, so you might want to look away. Oh, you've seen them.
Oh, I know this person.
Yeah, Gareth.
Aw, cute. All right, I'm just gonna keep summoning till I burn them all off.
Fair enough.
It's gonna take a while. College, am I right? Yes, Tacos, you are right.
I will still try to get extra little bits and pieces here, and that third slot in the week, the middle day basically, is now going to be just, if we have something to the rope, we will.
Yeah. Technically, it should mean that we only really need 1 new video per month, because the Fate will take the other space. Mm-hmm. But with that being said, our off the shelves are going to become a little less hectic. Knickknack sat me down and gave me a good stern talking to that I
may have slapped her.
I cannot front load every single Transmigration Royal Romance volume that comes out. And also, I would say in the next month or 2, look forward, we're going to have a video kind of going over, comparing, contrasting, and discussing Transmigration romance novels, because we've done enough now that I feel like we have a very sturdy base for Knickknack to work off of. And I had always planned to do this, so we'll have a little culminating sort of off-the-shelf discussion. I think for next year I've asked if you're willing to do one for power leveling fantasies. We will go slower, though. You guys will not see a power leveling fantasy every week. It'll probably be once a month, if anything, that you see a power leveling fantasy book. You know, like solo leveling counts, but I've picked up a few new ones. I've picked up Doombreaker and The World After the Fall, and I know that Tomb Raider King is also out in paper. And I think The End After the Beginning. Those are the big ones that are currently out in paper. So we'll probably do that. And then maybe one about Marvel and DC comics manga.
Like actual Japanese published manga using Marvel and DC properties.
I will throw in Batman Wayne Family Adventures to that.
Well, that's manhwa, right?
Yeah, but it's the only one I'll throw in that's weird. And just because we haven't done it on the channel.
It's not like
yet.
Off the Shelf hasn't been a primarily manhwa series lately anyways.
Yeah, but we are going back to doing manga. Knickknack has beseeched me and begged me, and I have said, I think I got someone new.
You did.
Cool.
You don't know who they are.
It's a good thing I wasn't looking.
Yeah.
All right, let's go again. So, there'll be at least 2 I'd say it's probably a good bet that we'll have a few extra videos outside of the 4 going up every month, and they're likely going to be off the shelves or monthlies. Because Vorn and I are they're not so much monthly, but Vorn and I are going to keep doing reading updates, and off the shelves are easy and fast to film. Like, we enjoy doing them. It's nice to... And honestly, if I give you a book, it doesn't take that much for you to sit down and read like a single book or 2 books, especially if you have some free time. So if you see extra videos, it'll likely be those.
If y'all want...
So tacos. One of the Japanese Marvel DC mangas I have is Spider-Man Red. So it's not Supaidaman.
I love Supaidaman.
But it is Spider-Man.
It is Japanese Spider-Man.
Yeah. So it'll be there. It'll be there.
Just because Fate, I gotta throw my Fate here. My goal for the year, Fate-wise and off the shelf, is do the first of the new Elmaloy series, because that's just a self-contained book, no arcs.
And we always intended to do it.
Yeah.
We've not been ignoring that, I promise.
And that's kind of it for... Like, I might try to give her more Strange Fake, just because otherwise, like, I've only got so many Fate books. Because not all of them are localized.
Fake Red, yep. That's the one. I've read it, tacos. Nope.
I might have said it on stream, so I don't mind saying it here, but we have 2 what's going to end up being probably bigger off the shelves this year. The first one is the Super One Piece video. That's probably the first one you guys are going to see. And the other one is I've at this point given Seki Witch on the Holy Knight's visual novel to read. She's going to read that when time actually permits. And I feel like that one will be longer, if nothing else, for a discussion on the medium.
Yeah. So that'll definitely be something that we'll be doing. I think I just got a servant.
Not someone you know.
Okay. So that's something definitely doing. Since there's a Mahoyo.
Yeah.
So there's a few of you here, and I maybe there's only 2 of you, who knows, but I'd like to kind of spitball something. I've got something that I kind of want to do, right? And the first one will come out in December. I'm not going to say when, but it will come out in December. And we've been doing a whole lot of reacts, and I feel like I've gotten a fairly interesting spread of kind of how Fate works in characters. And so with Knickknack's help, I want to try to start a series that either one of us can host, depending on person, but we want to try to do this sort of like small videos about like why this figure should be a Fate servant and how one might design them. So like, let's say if I wanted to do a figure, I would say, hey, Knickknack, let me give you this character and a little bit of background information. Let me give you a little bit of background information. Here's the info about their life. How would you design them? Or Knickknack can come to me and be like, hey, I like this character. This is how I would design them. What do you know about the history? And then kind of publish those as videos. Sort of like speculative Seki Reacts videos almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like I've spent a lot of time talking about like who I'd like to have as a Fate servant who isn't. And I have a fairly decent grasp of how Fate works at this point.
For obvious reasons, the who should be a Fate servant, a lot of those are going to come from Seki, though I do have a few I can contribute.
Yeah. Yeah, so we will get one up in December, see how it goes, see how people like it.
We'll try to get one up in December. Let's give ourselves some leeway.
No. We're putting one up in December. I can even tell you who it's going to be on. It's going to be on Olga of Kiev. Because I've been begging for her for a while. So we will put up one of these videos on Olga. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the sort of thing I'd put up my video, and then if they ever come out as a servant, we would obviously be able to do a retrospective compare-contrast.
Oh, definitely.
Do I know one of those people?
Yes, that's Jason.
That's what I thought. I don't know the other. I thought there was a slutty little open thigh chat moment.
That said, when it comes to my part of that thing, I am obviously going to come into it knowing how out there Fate is, and I am gonna throw in some Fate remixes just to fuck with her if I'm like if we're doing full fan service.
Yeah, so these aren't gonna be like 2-hour videos or anything.
No.
But, there's something that we can definitely do that kind of broadens what we're producing. And I think I mentioned something about this last season, but I've got half a video essay scripted that is not related to Fate. I have progressed on that script.
Oh, I remember this one.
Yeah.
This has been supposed to be coming out for like 2 years now.
No, it was always supposed to come out this winter.
Yeah.
It's just not going to come out till at least January, if not a little bit later. But I've got like almost who's the dude that does the fucking iCarly shit?
Quentin Reviews?
I've got an almost Quentin Reviews-esque video essay I'm halfway through writing that I'm probably going to start filming after finals are over.
This started out as a group shit post, and then she actually decided she wanted to do it.
It genuinely did. This started out as a group shit post, and I decided I wanted to do it. So hopefully you'll see a little bit more diversified content from my side. Since I'll only have one class I really need to pass or care about, I'll be a lot more lax with a lot more free time in the next semester.
I guess there's my big announcement, the one that should have gone up already, Seki.
We don't talk about it.
The channel campaign is actually done and ready to be run. At least a recordable section of it that we want to get up. The only thing I'm really waiting on is for Seki and Vorn to like work out like character tokens, find some art that's either not owned or work it out themselves, not owned or royalty free.
It kicked me out for a data update mid game.
That is the only thing I'm waiting on at this point. So sometime within the next few months, even expect to see a live stream, probably a live stream of us running that and seeing how that goes.
Speaking of, since I'm here, how do I?
What you want to do?
Oh, I can accept some new friend requests.
How many friend slots do you have?
4 available.
And just pop them through. If they're full, just clear them out.
Well, there's 11 requests in my thing, so I'll just accept the top 4. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to grab the top 4. The only problem, like, I would love it if we could all commission art, but we're poor. I also made it a point so that we're not stepping on artists' toes. I'm looking for a lot of royalty-free things. I'm grabbing assets from games.
I can get some free art commissioned. Look, I got a friend.
I have a friend too, but I also don't want to force her to do art for us. So.
Oh no, I just meant for me.
Yeah, Vorn's doing something. He keeps talking about something he's doing. I'm scared.
Oh, okay.
If they're full, just clear them out.
That's what I did. No, it's not what I did, but
because some of these are probably from a while ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it will, Tacos, but I want to finish doing some summoning. Since I currently have 89 available summons. Let's clear some of that, shall we? Let's not sit here with 89 friend summons worth. And then I don't think I have enough courts to do any summons.
They should have just given you 20.
I have 100 and something.
Oh, you have plenty of courts to do summons. Just do you want any of the characters on right now?
I have to take a look. I don't think I got any. Nope, didn't get any characters that time. Oh yeah, what's the Thanksgiving banner?
I can actually check that for you. They just announced it.
Yeah, you should tell me what it is.
They're very heavily Fate Apocrypha based servants. Thanksgiving FGO 2023.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I just love seeing Kath Bullock. So cute. Such child. Much cuteness. Mommy Nobu's not my biggest thing.
That's not what you said during the Mommy Nobu episode.
I like Demon Mommy Nobu, but there's plenty of other characters I like more. Yay! A Hassan. To join my Hassan over there. Because I have the little Hassan figure.
All right, so the upcoming
okay.
Thanksgiving banner is a variation on Astolfo, Jeanne d'Arc, Kiara,
Oh, God.
Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, Semiramis, Abigail Williams, and Kama. And then there's the not super rares, but Astolfo, Frankenstein, Siegfried, Chiron, Mordred, Frankenstein, Atalante.
The only thing I really want in there is Siegfried.
Just so you don't have to actually slide
Yeah.
around there, let me open up my FGO and take a look at what's currently on Wrapup for you.
Yeah, why don't you take a look? Because I'm totally willing to do some court summons. I'm not currently at the point where I'm like saving for banners that are like...
She's just getting court. She's happening to log in when she gets courts and fluxes.
Yeah. I'm lucky, but it's not necessarily...
She hasn't even... I don't think she's been doing daily logins either, so... It's like she's
Was I
saving
supposed
courts.
to have?
If you do, you'll have more courts to do banners, and you don't roll often enough to where it would really make for good streams or videos.
Okay, I'll log in daily.
It also saves you from really long download all the updates.
It didn't really take that long.
No, it's been real fast lately.
Yeah.
So, right now on Wrapup, of characters you know, Okita Jet Soji,
Okay.
and then Sakamoto Ryoma Lancer and his wife.
Okay.
There's a variation on Nobu on Wrapup right now, the Summer Nobu.
Is this dude on Wrapup? Because I've got like
No, that's
7
just a
of
friend
him.
point
Okay.
character. Common friend point character. And that is the extent of characters you know on Wrapup right now.
So virtually nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. I've hit the point where I'm skipping through these summons.
Valentine's. It's going to be...
Ooh, Jason. And Matahari.
Yep. Yeah. We have to get to that one in React still,
Who is
but
it?
yeah. Character you've kind of seen, but also kind of haven't seen, but also there's a lot to it that would make you like that character, and also a just like me for real moment with that character.
Will you tell me the name?
No.
Cruel.
Can't go
Tacos,
spoiling
you
this
can
video.
tell me the name.
No, don't tell her tacos.
Tacos, you can tell me the name. Ooh!
That's Saseki.
Yeah! And 2 people I don't know.
Yep.
Okay, I'm not sitting through these summonings anymore.
Yeah, Phantom.
Love
I was going
that.
to ask if that video's gone up yet, and then I remembered every one of our reacts have gone up at this point.
Have they all?
Yeah.
Even...
The last one I think we did. Oh, there's
No!
still one more that we have on the backlog then, isn't there?
Check the schedule.
I wasn't going to say it, but the last one I thought went up was Hans, and Hans did go up. Sorry, normally I keep that in mind because I do the weekly community post, but I haven't done that yet because of the stream. Upcoming videos.
Did everyone go up?
No, we have one coming up this week.
Yeah.
Reacts
Yeah.
this week, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, there will be a I did find my Christine.
Christine.
Although I appreciate the tacos phrase that as if I'm the Christine.
I'm pretty sure you don't have the voice to be Christine.
So, last night I went to see a play. And, you know, obviously no spoilers to where I was, but we were at it was like 11 p.m. at night, and we were at one of those places where there's a lot of liminal space and kind of creepy places you can go. And we went under this, like, bridge, and it had the most beautiful, haunting echo in, like, pure darkness. And so, like, I literally stood on one end of the tunnel from my friends so they could barely even see me. And then I stepped forward, and with every step forward, come play with us. Come play with us. We also tried the different, like, come little children, into like the echoing of this like darkened. I really hope someone was walking over the bridge while we were doing it because we did not check. I got a lot of Jasons.
I mean, you're rolling on the friend point banner.
Yeah. Do you mind doing me a favor and organizing my inventory?
Yeah, I'll do some inventory cleanup. You just
Thank
interact
you.
with the chat.
I.
First thing I'm going to do is make your servant stronger.
You know what we need to do? Like either this month or next month, December or January. We need to post like a video of a stream of you just taking me through every single part of the FGO game, so I actually understand what things do.
I keep saying we can do it.
Unfortunately, I did not get a Heracles because I got a lot of Jasons.
Heracles isn't in the friend pool either. That said, you have your Jason has the highest NP level it could possibly be now.
What do you mean, look who is live? Oh! Federico! The dude you were talking about translations with. Dude, I say just because your name is male. Sorry if it's not.
Oh, is he in chat right now?
Yeah, just showed up. I have been watching your guys' back and forth when I check the comments and mentions for what, like 2-3 days now?
She didn't read the full conversation, so I've had to be like, no, I promise it was amicable. It was amicable.
Yeah, because man, we really did get into a bit of a talk no jutsu on that Garden of Avalon.
I don't mind. Do you even mind me saying that a few more of our off the shelves have been like getting into that kind of
absolutely
like more genre topic recently?
Federico confirms that they are in fact a man, and they say hi, Nick.
Hi, Federico.
Yeah, no, we've a couple of our more recent off the shelves have been getting into more complex topics having to do with kind of the books we're reading and the content we're covering and how we're perceiving that. And I think it's the sort of thing where I wouldn't have felt comfortable having those deeper conversations over manga or manhwa a couple of years ago when I'd read significantly less. But now that I have a much wider kind of base of experience and knowledge, I do feel more comfortable engaging in those sort of talks. And I did see you guys, your guys' discussions. I did see that it was about localizations and translations, a lot of it. And I mean, as someone who's experienced both really good and really bad examples of localization, I get it. Because you know what one of the best kind of translations to English I've seen in a manga or manhwa series? It's from Saint Young Man, Saint Star Onisan, because in the manga, when they do the English translation of the manga, there's a lot of jokes in that are like very either language based or based on like the shirt they're wearing or something that you wouldn't necessarily know. They add little author's notes along the sides of panels that explains all the jokes that are happening that you might not understand in an English speaking world.
That's definitely one approach to that situation.
And I've seen some webtoons do that. I will say not the official translations, but I will see sometimes the unofficial translations. The scanlators and translators will put little like author's note. This is like in Korean. This is a phrase that means this other phrase. This is the joke that's being made. You know. And I always enjoy those because then I can add to my repertoire of, I understand this joke now. But also, thank you for explaining it because otherwise I would have just been a little bit lost.
But also, that does kind of lose something at the end of the day because that's explaining the joke there. So it's not quite the
but
preserved
sometimes...
experience. It's good for an analytical perspective.
But there's a difference between explaining the joke because the person didn't get the joke even though they understood it, and explaining the joke because they didn't understand that there was a joke in the first place because of a language barrier.
Oh yeah, but like the actual like what comes across is very different from an like a cultural analytical perspective or an analysis of the work. That's very useful for the casual person to be able to read like that.
Yeah.
But like for the experience, like reading a comedy, just even if you like know there's a joke there, it's still not gonna tickle you for being that funny.
Well, it's interesting.
Not that Saint Star Young Men is not funny. I do think it is funny at times.
But anyways, it's just funny that I've been watching the two of you in the comments, and I thought about chiming in, but it was like after there were already like 3 installments, and I was like, that's half a dissertation. I'm not reading that.
All right. I've consolidated your servants, so now I'm going to get rid of the spares.
Yeah, yeah. I can only imagine that in light novels it would be so much worse because you don't even have the visuals to back it up. So if there's just like a one line written joke, man, that would be real bad in a light novel, you know? Or a web novel.
It's going to look like that book that J.J. Abrams put out.
Yeah. Which, wait, you mean S?
Yeah, where there's like author's
you mind
notes.
pulling that down for me so I can show it to our audience? So, you know, most of you may not have heard of this, but this is a book written by J.J. Abrams and Doug Dorst, and it is called S, but it's also called The Ship of Theseus by V.M. Stratka. And basically, is what this is that this book is written in there are 3 stories going on through this book. Like, that is not me having written in the margins or like inserting stuff. This is part of the book, and it's part of the experience, is that there is the story, Ship of Theseus by V.M. Stratka, but then there are these 2 characters who are writing back and forth to one another in the margins of this book as they trade off checking it in and out of the library. And they're investigating V.M. Stratka, the author, and the author's kind of mysterious disappearance.
Seki, do you want me to hide servants from you that you haven't seen yet so you don't actually have to see them?
That would probably be smart.
Like I can stick them in what's called the second archive?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Also, Taco says that they thought I got Heracles in the beginning, but I don't think so. Because I
think she got Liz, but let me take a look.
Yeah, because I was only summoning on Friend Point. Yeah, so this book was real big in quarantine, and I'm not sure if that's just when it came out or, you know, why, but it's not what you would normally see out of a book. I mean, it's basically 3 books in one, and reading it can be really hectic because of that. Because do you just read The Ship of Theseus, which is kind of like a creepy murder mystery, or do you read their notes about it? Do you read all of it at once? I really like it. And I have seen, though, you know what the funniest thing about this fucking book is on Amazon? Knick-knack? So there's a bunch of ratings tanking this book on Amazon, right? Like a bunch of people giving it 1 out of 5. You know why?
Why?
They bought the ebook. The ebook physically cannot show you the notes in the margins or the extra pull-out bits. So they're like, oh, I bought the ebook, but for some reason it doesn't come with all those extra bits I've been seeing people talk about. Yeah, no shit. This is a book that is like uniquely, you have to have it in paper. Like a complete version in paper.
So I've hidden any servant you haven't either seen or that you don't generally know about into your second archive. Just when you pull servants, let me know, because I will need to pull them out if I want to consolidate again.
Yeah. So, yeah, Tacos. And so I feel like sometimes when I'm reading, like, light novels or web novels, sometimes it feels like this, reading this, because I'm getting, like, author's notes and translator's notes and that sort of thing. But, yeah, this book's really interesting and definitely a good read for people who are looking for something out of the norm. I mean, the fact that it's written by J.J. Abrams is already pretty interesting because he's typically a filmmaker. I mean, he's the one who produced, directed, and has written things like Star Trek and Mission Impossible and Lost. So it's, you know, Doug Dorst is the author, who's typically an author. But yeah, it's a really interesting concept, and I think sometimes there's similar things in light novels and web novels.
I'm consolidating your craft essences too.
Okay. I'm not watching you, I'm reading the chat. Federico says that in Japanese, there's also jokes based on the fact that there's multiple alphabets. So jokes can get hard to get across them. Yeah, because you've got katakana, hiragana, and kanji. And then even, like, English gets thrown in sometimes. So, you know, you're making a joke, and it's in 3 different... Oh, well, that's interesting, Tacos. I'm going to be honest, I don't pay a whole ton of attention to filmmakers. Knick-knack hates it, but I really don't care to pay attention to them. So that's not something I ever think about. Yeah, the Shiki and Shiki difference. I remember that. That had us so fucked up watching Garden of Sinners, the first movie that Nick Nack showed us, because we were so confused. Trying to figure out who was Shiki and who was Shiki. And the way that they did it in the subtitles was just not a great way to do it. Like, you could have done it better, I think.
You're thinking of the second one. That's when they brought a lot more attention to it.
Sorry, second one.
Yeah. Would you like the second one overall?
Oh, yeah, no.
It was just that one weird thing. Like, that felt a little awkward.
Yeah. And so I can appreciate the fact that some of the Fate works you've given me to read feel a little bit more like Ship of Theseus. Like, especially Murder at the Kogetsukan. Feels a little bit more like Ship of Theseus than it does a traditional novel. But I think that works really well.
You mean where it's more interactive with its reader?
Yeah. Yeah, Tacos, Shiki and Tsukihime are...
Too many Shikis.
Too many Shikis. That is more Shikis than I needed to be dealing with for fucking Tsukihime. Like, it does not deserve it. How's it going over there?
Well, I'm consolidating your craft essences. It's not something you need to do, but it's going to be help in the long run. It means that you don't have to clean up this as much if you roll.
Oh, yeah.
Technically, I'm doing more for your account now than I do for my own accounts.
Yeah, I get that, Federico. I think that's just one of those things where, like, I can see how it would be simple for a native speaker to get through, but it just makes it really, really tedious when it comes to translating. And I have seen sometimes where in a translation, a character's name will just get changed because it's too similar to another character's name. And it almost makes me crave that, you know? Like, there's just too many Shikis in Tsukihime. And it hasn't really gotten better with the more Tsukihime I've consumed. The more you see, the more there are.
Technically, I think we're up to 3 Shikis now in terms of just completely separate people through Tsukihime.
Yeah.
And Kara no Kyokai.
Yeah. Katagana and Furigana?
I know Hiragana. I don't know Furigana or Furigana.
I'd Google it, but you... Oh! I can Google it.
Yeah, it's not currently...
Oh, phonetic notation accompanying kanji. Those are little small symbols to the side of traditional kanji. Oh, that's a 4th, technically, part of the alphabet.
Everything seems to be consolidated now.
Okay.
Anything else I can do?
Can I ask one question about that dude that I got like 8 times in the Friend Point summons?
Yes.
Are we doing them this year?
I don't think so.
Okay. Just wondering, because I got so many of them.
I know who it is. I just don't remember. I don't think we have them on the schedule.
Ah, okay. Just wondering. Obviously, you can't tell me who it is, because then I would know what that character kind of looked like, so... It must be a surprise!
Is there anyone on screen right now that you want to level? Because this will let you clear out some of your EXPs.
Alright, let me take a look.
You can't ascend anybody, so at this point you just get rid of your EXPs somewhere. They're all characters you've seen, so...
Yeah. There's a couple I wouldn't mind leveling. You want to show me how to do that?
Yeah, you're in the leveling screen right now, so...
Cool. So I click on the character. I click on enhancement material, add.
So, click out of that.
Okay.
It's easy. You see the top, the button at the top right?
Auto select?
Yep. And that'll give you options for things you can add in there if you just click OK.
Okay. And then
just fills it in for you.
Alright. You knew who I was going to do first.
Do more coup.
Coulter!
Oh, wait. Is he already level 50?
No. No.
Oh, no, he's not, huh?
No, because I just got him
You're
at the
right.
end of last time I played.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's a good time to be leveling, too, because things will go twice as far.
Taco says I should level Koyan for Buster meta.
Yes, but she actually can't ascend Koyon right now. We'd have to grind for that, and I don't know if this isn't going to be... we're not quite going to get into that yet. Also, I don't know how she's going to approach grinding with this, if at all.
Yeah. Look, I'm gonna be honest. If I get my own capture card and I can get into the more streaming after the end of the semester, I likely will throw in some FGO. You know, just trying to get him up to.
The problem with FGO grinding is it kind of requires either persistence or playing at the right times and playing events. Even I run into this where I'm like, I don't have any material and I don't really want to be playing like every waking moment of every waking day to do what I want to do here.
Makes sense.
Something like Ascension's easy, but it's just grinding gets weird as you get later in the game.
Okay, I'm almost at level 50.
But Koyon's good. Koyon will pair well with your Ku, or your Coulter, I mean. Just damage-wise.
Oh, see, I get that, but like, let me tell you something, Tacos. Let me tell you something. I have played gacha games before, and I am not... Oh, damn. Where was I? Shit. Was I in Servant Evolution?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, no, not that.
Oh. Okay. Well,
the top one.
Servant?
Yep.
Okay. Let me tell you something, Tacos. I have played gacha games before, and I do not do the smart and intelligent thing very often. I usually do the stupid thing.
You'll make it at least to Camelot.
Alright, who else do I want to level up? Let's see. Look, here, chat. The people I'm considering leveling right now are Fergus, Jason, Deermud, Rama, Kukas, and Caligula. What do you think about those people? Cascu for the Coup Squad.
Cascu's funny. So, like, if you want to use a lot of Cascu, Cascu works really well with Koyanskaya there. But the problem is, you know how long it takes for him to do that? You have to play like into some of the latest game possible to unlock that, him being really good with her.
So 1 vote for Cascu. Maybe I level Cascu next. Then I go back and do some of the other guys. I wasn't really considering. I mean, you know what? I don't know why I wasn't considering Ushi. I love Ushi. You know.
Look, I put enough love into Ushi for the both of us. So if you want to level someone else, go ahead. I won't push my Ushi on you. Ushi is really good though.
Yeah, I think I might level. This is Rama, right? No, it's Ryder Alexander. I'm an idiot. I thought it was Rama.
I was like, I don't remember seeing Rama in your list.
I'm just stupid. They both have red hair. And I made it, you know. I don't dislike Koyan. I could do her.
I don't think you can do her, actually. She's max leveled.
No, she isn't.
Is she not? Oh, yeah.
My dude, I only have like 3 characters max leveled. I've been really bad about that. Like, really bad.
While you don't care much about the meta, if you ever did, Koyan is probably one of the best ones you could care about.
That's fair.
You're out of EXPs, it looks like.
That's fine. I just wanted to get some characters leveled up for use that weren't. Yeah. Alright, how do I change my party
Menu.
composition? Okay.
Formation.
Okay.
And you're going to go to, I think it should be party.
Party setup? And
you actually have different parties, so you can make extra multiple parties to play around with. You do have a cost limit too, so just be aware of that.
That's fine.
Mash is always a shoo-in for parties, especially in the early game, because she's 0 cost.
I also don't have that many like super expensive characters yet, though. Plus, I like some of my lower tier. Yeah, I really haven't leveled that many characters at all.
You haven't played much at all. Doesn't
I
make that
know.
make sense.
I know.
It's not a criticism, it's just a statement of fact here.
Yeah.
I will say never sleep on Mash, if nothing else, because there are fights that force you to use her.
Yeah, Federico, that's how I feel in One Piece Treasure Cruise. Ah, the young players. Because that's a decades long game for me. I really didn't. I'm okay with filling out a 15-page contract that includes my soul for Koyan. I'd do it for a lot of characters.
I mean, most FGO players these days have filled out a 15-page contract, including their soul.
All right, where's...
And usually $300 as well.
I'm in Orleans.
Yep.
Yeah.
By the way, just in case you guys couldn't tell from previous streams if you weren't there, Seki is not reading Orleans.
All right, so how do I decide how to use a different party setup?
Oh, so
if I made my second party.
So first, you're picking a guest servant, which is friends and story picks.
Yeah. I pick only the characters I know. At least I should. That is... Is that Bathory?
I can't see, so it's too small. That's Carmilla.
That's what I meant. Same thing.
And if you want to switch parties...
it did it.
Okay, it's automatic. But if you swipe left or right to do it, by the way.
Yep. What do you mean I'm already past Orleans to begin with? I don't know.
She's still in Orleans story-wise.
Yeah.
I think against my advice, she does want to read Septum, apparently.
Yeah. Oh, were you in there?
Oh.
Tacos, if you've got a guest servant I don't know, I can't pick them. I'm sorry. So unless this is your Carmilla... Oh, yeah, in the D&D campaign, yeah, we're in America.
Well, we've in the D&D campaign we've done some of the stuff, but even then another reason why she's not doing Orleans is because we've read it in the manga too. So it's not even like this isn't a story she's seen done in a more quality way than the D&D campaign is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, Fate Extra CC English translation patch should be out by December.
Yeah, that's part of why I'm looking at even though I wasn't before, it's part of why I'm considering trying to play Fate Extra on the channel. So I can try CCC as well.
Yeah. Who was she, Tacos? I didn't... Oh, fuck. Did I miss someone I'm supposed to know?
Maybe.
Was it one of the pink-haired people? Because I feel like I always get the pink-haired people confused and mixed up.
There are so many servants.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take a look at my next guest pick. Because I'm sure it'll still be there. It doesn't disappear. I'll look harder.
By the way, I brought up earlier that eventually I plan to stream some Pokemon with Seki. Here's the thing. I'm making her go through Baby's first Pokemon game. We're going to play Let's Go because there's no possible way she can fuck it up. And if she does fuck it up, I can step in and play co-op.
You said that about the first game. There was no possible way.
There shouldn't have been, and there was. But there is a more Baby's first Pokemon game than the literal first Pokemon game.
Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it was Kama, white hair, but in her first ascension. I'll be honest, I don't remember what Kama looks. Oh, I gotta level up. More friends. I don't remember what comma looks like. That's a me problem. I gotta figure that out. Alright, let's see. The first ascension.
Is it assassin? Yeah, it's assassin still.
There's Jackie.
There's comma.
Oh, is it with the little bow in her hair?
Yep.
Oh, shit. That makes... Okay. Yeah. Oh, I see the servant name. Yeah, I've been ignoring...
Because you don't want to spoil
the servant
the
name.
portraits
Yeah.
here.
All right, well, I'll just start using commas until I use yours.
That very well might be his.
It might be, but he also could be one of the other 2 commas I saw. Oh, yeah, baby Sakura, but with white hair.
You also might hit a node that isn't giving you right.
It wasn't! It was the other one! You will join me for the 3rd battle in this.
If it's another writer. Otherwise, she'll have to hunt down from scratch.
Well, now that I know it, tacos, I can use it. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm friends with Knick-Knack, and I don't use...
I don't think I'm friends with you, and if I am, I probably killed you on accident on my list.
I was friends with you on my original account.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'm friends with you on this account. Yeah.
And if you were, I purged you. I'm already doing my best not to purge my brother when he forgets to log in for like 2 or 3 days.
See, Knick-Knack, y'all, is cutthroat.
I am.
Like, cutthroat.
Oh, I just maxed out my friends list. I need to purge.
Jesus fucking Christ, you're also logged in?
Yep.
Alright, well, Knick-Knack's also playing.
Oh, gosh. I feel bad. I'm purging 1 days right now.
Why are you purging 1 days? What if they just missed?
Well, I'm saving spots for the people playing actively right now.
Extenuating circumstances, Knick-Knack.
I don't do it to friends, if I remember.
Interesting.
Friends, I give them 3 months.
Apparently, Oberon can't be shown in his 3rd ascension with the filter toggled on. I'm gonna be honest, I really only remember... Melusine's artist Choco got suspended on Twitter. Apparently.
Rip. How did that happen?
What the fuck happened? I'm so curious. Jesus. What did they do?
I'm sorry,
kudos.
1 day, people. I need to clear space. All right,
Knick-Knack is a cruel, cruel master.
I hope you know that I'm hitting the point where that doesn't even work anymore because 94 out of 100 of my friends have logged in today.
Jesus. Well, look. If you can get me to like unconsciously remember to do it, I will do it because I've done it before with other games. It's just my general like day-to-day schedule is so up in the air. Like I never have the same day sort of happen twice. Must have pissed off Melon. Huh, interesting. Apparently they don't know. All right.
I saw one funny Twitter suspension where the guy saw...
Haha! I can use Ritz, just not comma.
Where the guy got suspended after... What was it? So, the new Scott Pilgrim anime that came out, the guy saw a scene where Scott Pilgrim's like talking to the main girl and is like... And he just starts like, first time meeting this girl at a party, talking about Sonic the Hedgehog. And the guy's like, starts conversations by talking about Sonic the Hedgehog, just like me, for real, for real. And then people updated him that Scott Pilgrim as a character, as a mid-20s, dated a 17-year-old, and was a general all-in-all terrible person. So he immediately follows the SpongeBob meme where the ice cream truck's about to fall on SpongeBob, and he's like that saying, except that not the 17-year-old dating part and being a generally terrible person. And then he got suspended.
Aww. This is an interesting team. Knick-knack. Now you can see them. Sorry.
That is a fascinating team.
Not something you would ever do. It's working pretty well for me.
Actually, I can see a reason you would do that.
Would you care to explain?
Well, in theory, if you wanted to do multi-core farming, it wouldn't be impossible if you used a plug suit to and you're not using a plug suit, by the way, to have a Max Limit Broken Kaleidoscoped Artorial Lancer out front to drop an NP to clear off the first wave. Second wave, if it's only a one enemy wave, you have Coulter use his NP to kill a higher HP single enemy. And then in the third wave, you drop Altria again, or you drop Coulter again using skills and batteries to kill the boss or kill a group of enemies in the final wave.
Interesting. Tacos made a comment about Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah. But this is at the beginning of the story. I don't know anything about the anime or the original story, though. I've actually never watched Scott Pilgrim. I've just been seeing the shit show go down online. What that mean?
That's a vibe. I'm gonna be real. I also don't play my One Piece Treasure Cruise. There's some sort of strategy to the way that I form my crews, but it's not. I'd much rather have the characters I like than strategic crews.
I think where you're getting some of the people like, to be a young FGO player is because there's a certain point in FGO where you kind of hit a wall, where if you're not even, you have to at least be considering strategy when you're making your team at a certain point.
Then there's I've hit that point in some of the One Piece Treasure Cruise game, but I've found that brute force can conquer all there. Well,
FGO brute force can work, but it would be brute force, 3 command spells, and around $6 worth of quartz.
Federico says, what's hilarious is in his Dojin works, he's written, if you upload this online, I'm going to curse your gacha luck so you will not get an SSR ever again. And then, I like the anime, but do not expect it to be an adaptation?
That's what I've heard. Oh, the Scott Pilgrim anime.
Oh.
It's its own standalone thing, to my understanding. Fun fact. It's not a bad thing that So, you forgot Atalanta was in Orleans? Seki has never... Well, I guess in the manga maybe, but Seki in the campaign didn't see Atalanta in Orleans because I cut Atalanta from Orleans because she's kind of a nothing character there.
Yeah, so I also do not know Atalanta.
And I knew she was coming back in Okeanos in a more prominent role anyways.
But I like Atalanta. You didn't bring her back in Okeanos.
Yeah, she was.
When?
She came in towards the end, right before you went and dealt with...
Barely.
Yeah. She has more roles later on.
I like Atalanta, the character.
Look, early FGO Part 1 is a rapid fire of servants. Unfortunately, I can't actually put a lot of time into them, even in campaign.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You'll notice as I've tightened the cast, even getting to E Pluribus Unum, I've been a lot better about playing them out more.
Yeah. Speaking of, if I do want to read through Septim, right? Obviously through here. Are there any characters I need to be watched out for being spoiled for?
Jinke?
Lu Bu.
Not really. They're just... I guess you seeing them, yeah.
But are those the only two servants?
Spartacus?
I already know what Spartacus looks like.
Okay.
Remember, I rolled him on my original account.
True.
Anyone else? Fucking Boudica?
Boudica.
I haven't seen... Actually, there's a lot of servants I could be spoiled
That's
for.
the problem with FGO's story for you, is there's always going to be those servants you can be spoiled
Gil.
for.
Sorry, Gil.
Yeah, I got that.
Oh, I don't know if Knick-Knack's showing us Apocrypha.
Eventually. It's actually in the hat. I'm just not actively going out of my way to show it right now.
Yeah.
If I ever feel like I haven't watered the Fate fan base on the channel enough...
Speaking of Knick-Knack, why don't you tell chat which series you don't want to show us?
Well, I probably won't be showing Last Encore just because I think they'd be left confused. And it's not a great standalone series. Oh, it's not a great series. I don't think it's a great series already, but it's not a great standalone series especially. And I don't really want to show them the Kelly Liner Prisma Ilia. Maybe the Oath Under Snow movie if I'm feeling spicy. But Not because I don't like it, because I actually do like season 1 and season 4, and the movies, all of them. But season 2 and 3, I feel like could get me kicked off the channel.
You know, we've never really discussed kicking someone off the channel.
Yet you've never seen Khalid Liner, Prisma Ilya.
Tacos wants Prisma Ilya review.
Look, I've considered doing something on my own about Prisma Ilya.
Also, that's interesting context as to why Summer Melusine gets a fighter jet.
Game of Life. Yeah, no. It's if there's any two Fate series I just have zero plans to cover on the channel, it is just Extra Last Encore and Prisma Ilya.
Man, Tacos is fighting you on that Prisma Ilya.
I actually haven't seen any of the OVAs besides not Grand Carnival. Prisma Ilya has its own Carnival Phantasm they released not that long ago.
Oh.
Prisma Phantasm. I've seen that one, and that one's a trip. But it's just season 2 or 3. Like, I know it's not as that section's not as bad in the manga.
Also, it's Vladdy.
Hey.
I don't know the other character, but I do know that that's Vladdy.
Oh yeah, you haven't met them.
Yeah. I know I haven't met them because they look like an adorable pastel child, and I love it. Oh, no, Tacos just wants to see the club blow up over what's happening in it.
See, I can already tell that conversation. The first season's probably would go decently well. Like, a little bit like, some of that was a little weird, but it was alright. Season 2 or 3, I can see Vorn trying to strangle me. Seki going like, what the fuck, knick-knack? In Realm being like, ah ha 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 ha. That's how that discussion would go.
What the fuck just happened?
Oh, something killed you. I think you got an NP dropped on you.
Vladdy. How could you? That's an interesting combo of servants now. Leonidas is in the middle.
A little interesting.
Vladdy, how could you? To be honest, I think I might have had an NP charge I could have dropped and I didn't. Because I forgot how to do that again.
I could have Seki read Khalid Liner and Off the Shelf. I could. I need to read it though, because even still, like, I know Seki would be uncomfortable with Khalid Liner at a certain point.
Oh boy, that's a... I mean, I haven't... I guess... Yeah, but are those characters that are in the parody animes that I haven't reacted yet to, have I seen them in other Fate anime? Because, like...
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
There's just gonna... Like, if we get to Grand Carnival, you're just not gonna know a lot of those characters.
Oh, okay. That's why you're not pushing it yet?
It's... Well, no, it's in there, technically. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, I'm not... I will push it if we ever, like, really get going on... If, like, I decide to do Grand Orders anime at some point. But I'm not really that... I feel like I've watered the Fate side of the channel enough lately. That's actually a pretty good team. Not leveled, so it doesn't work perfectly, but Elma, Loy, Clay, and Skya and Coulter, like, you can get some good burst damage out of that. Get some NPs out of that.
See, what I really need to do is I just need to learn the FGO strategy that pertains exclusively to my favorite characters. I don't need to learn any more, just the ones that pertains to my favorite characters.
Well, let me tell you, there's a great strategy that involves 2 Clay and Skya of Lights and an Ozymandias.
I don't have an Aussie yet, and it hurts me inside. Maybe that's what I'll save some courts for, next time Aussie's on.
I would say, like, if you want Ozzy and you see him on, get him. But don't, like, purposely save for him. Because he can literally show up on any banner. He's just non-limited.
I want Aussie so bad. Apparently there's a Prillia collab and Prillia characters in 2 of the summer events.
Yes, yeah. Prisma Ilya will... Look, that's campaign side. Campaign side, I know what I'm getting into.
Fucking hilarious. Alright, let's see.
Also, Clay and Skya, 2 Clay and Skyas and a Casku work pretty well together in the late game, too.
Interesting. Well, I do like Casku.
Actually, that's currently my primary farming setup.
Stealing my Casku.
Your Cascu's not even max leveled for the first ascension.
I know.
My Cascu is grailed to level 90.
My Cascu is grailed to level 90. The giant Kuro in Summer 8 was funny. What? Wait, what's Chloe?
Chloe is a problem.
What do you mean Chloe is a problem?
Look. If there's ever a mass jailing of Fate fans for having softcore lolicon getting banned in specific countries, it'll be because of Chloe.
Do I know Chloe?
No.
Should I know Chloe?
Your life's better not knowing Chloe.
Strong words, okay.
Thank you, tacos. Yes.
I feel this is the same way I feel about some One Piece characters.
No. I guarantee those One Piece characters are probably far less problematic than Chloe.
Okay.
You know, I'm just going to say it. Chloe is an elementary schooler, and there are some scenes in that anime with her that are just downright nearly softcore porn.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Yeah.
On a deep and instinctual level.
I don't know what the animators were smoking, because it apparently wasn't that bad in the manga.
Mm-hmm.
But...
Oh, okay. Interesting. Alright. I did see that Skahawk. I think I'll use that Skahawk. I always love to put a Skahawk in a party with a coup. It makes me happy inside. God damn, my friend's getting on me to be better about drinking water.
It's a good thing. It's only a good thing.
It's ruining me. Listen, all I'm saying is I'm surprised the animation directors weren't in certain watch lists. LMAO. Says Tacos. So what about the giant Kuro in Summer 8 was funny? Federico said that a while back. And...
They just randomly... Kuro is Chloe, by the way.
Oh,
just two different names for her they use at different times.
Okay.
At one point, and I don't know the exact context of this, she just gets grown up to kaiju size, and that's just never resolved by the end of the story. It's just a huge problem in one moment, causes everyone to panic, and then she disappears for the rest of the story.
I love that. Oh, damn, that's inconvenient. Okay.
How about we extend this scene into 2 minutes?
Oh, Kuroe. Okay. That's better. Oh, damn, I did have 3 busters. I should have done 3 busters.
You're learning. That's just damage maximizing, though. You're fine.
Yeah.
Damage spreading is probably what you would be able to improve on.
I don't know what that means.
Alternate between who you're using between cards. So
I do try to do that.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Yeah. I try not to put 2 people in a row unless I'm fighting like a servant.
And then you don't have the servants leveled or know enough of the tricks to get constant noble phantasms going.
But like, for example, here, I'm going to be putting 3 Skahawks in a row to get a Skahawk bonus. Because I get the 4th attack.
Unfortunately, it's not very effective.
I don't care.
You'll carry 3 command spells and $2 worth of St. Quartz later.
Well, I took out 1 Wyvern.
Yeah, you're in the early game, so you're fine.
Yeah. It's fine for now. I'm sure... Look, as it has in every gacha game I've ever played, all of a sudden I feel the deep urge to learn strategy as soon as I start dying and losing the quests.
So Camelot.
Yeah. Like, that's how it worked in One Piece Treasure Cruise. I was just hitting things as hard as I could until I hit a point where I couldn't just hit them hard with my base crew anymore. And I was like, okay.
Trust me, I know. I noticed the way you and Vorn suddenly jumped into, like, crazy strategy as soon as Karna stepped on the field in E Pluribus Unum.
Oh, yeah, you guys, you didn't see this fucking... Oh, God. This whole... Oh, man, I just got NP'd.
Oh, Carmilla.
Yeah. The fucking... So this bitch dropped us in to fight Karna. And he's got these, like, funky rules that allow the bosses to, like, get more turns in each round. And as a result, in one turn, right, with all of our characters in it, Karna was supposed to get, like, 20 attacks or something. And just, like, fully leveled boss Karna, some shit.
There are some fights that are purposely made to be ridiculous that they have to figure out ways around.
Edison was not on our side. We were fighting against Edison, technically.
They only just got Edison.
Yeah, so basically what we ended up doing was we used... Who was I using to seal Karna?
So the way that the strategy ended up breaking down is you use Nightingale to prevent Karna from being able to take any actions until you got around to Satanta.
Yeah, we activated Nightingale's NP first, and then we hit Satanta in the turn order.
In Satanta, I gave him a skill that allows him to lock... This is not lore accurate, by the way, because this was made way before we got a lot more information on Satanta.
Yeah.
But he has a skill that can lock people into combat with him.
Like one-on-one combat.
So they locked Karna into combat with Satanta, who I added to E Pluribus Unum, by the way.
And we have a thing to get like a certain amount of immortality potions, so we gave Satanta the immortality potion so he couldn't take any damage while he was locked into combat with Karna, and then essentially what we did was we took the rest of our characters and wailed on Edison and
Helena Blavatsky.
And Blavatsky until they gave in and agreed to work with us, at which point we released Karna from the locked battle. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Did not know that. Good to know. Alright, let's see. Find something fun. That's a person I know, right?
That's the Seki Kojiro.
Cool.
Haven't done him on the channel, but you've seen him plenty.
Yeah. There's certain servants where I'm just like, even if we haven't done them, I can't pretend not to know them.
This is the beauty of alts and characters that are associated with them.
Let's see. Oh. Interesting.
Savior of France!
Yeah, but like Vorn and I were like freaked the fuck out when we saw Karna rolling into the turn order so many times. And I also had, who did I have that was like using stealth skills to land hits and then...
You had... I think it was an effect you applied on them, but you had Li Shuen basically sneak around the back.
Yeah, and Li Shuen has a thing...
Which helped deal with Edison's NP.
Yeah, because Li Shuen had a thing that like... Well, and then I activated someone else's special skill that locked NPs temporarily.
That was Nightingale, and you did that to make sure Karna didn't get his 10 turns in.
No, I locked someone's skills ongoing with a different servant.
Oh, that was Satanta locking in Karna.
No, because remember, I locked all, like, special skills on the battlefield for our enemies. Which meant that Edison couldn't use one of his, like, things to up his damage.
One of Li Shuen's effects...
It was Li Shuen, okay.
When you hit someone is you can seal something. You can seal some stuff.
Yeah, Federico, because I've already done the Karna react, I literally... This man was like, you see a Lancer who looks like this, and I was like, Vorn, we're going the other way. We are leaving.
Oh, no. The first time they saw Karna, they gave in and let Karna and Edison take him prisoner.
Well, okay, because we didn't think we could win.
No, you couldn't. That fight was purposely meant for you to lose, too.
Yeah, we didn't want to fight a fight that we could not win.
You saved me an encounter.
Yeah, I literally... Like, Vorn was like, we could fight them. I was like, no. No, we can't. Go quietly. We will bide our time and figure out a way around this.
Yeah, E Pluribus Unum, I added a bunch of extra effects to some of the bosses, so that there actually is some balancing going on.
I was going to say, it's kind of fair, because we'd hit a point where, because with our own servants are leveled up enough, we're leveled up enough, and then you were giving us enough NPC servants that really just fighting one or two bosses wasn't really...
The only thing I was able to do beforehand was make fights longer, not harder.
Yeah.
Now I've got things where it actually is hard. There is one thing that I might need to nerf soon, which is unfortunate because it's a D&D thing.
Is it one of our things?
Yes.
What are you gonna nerf?
I might need to nerf or at least not place formal restrictions, but basically like soft restrictions on prismatic spray. Because I can't have you sealing major story bosses into alternate dimensions.
Okay, it's a 1 in like 8 chance.
Which you've applied 3 times now.
But it didn't work twice.
I currently have one servant sitting in imaginary number space thanks to you. Yeah, I'm not doing it to all bosses. If I don't need the character to appear again later, it's not happening. Or I'm not going to stop it. But like, there might be times where I'm just like, yeah, no, it just didn't work, and you don't know why.
So who's sitting in imaginary number space?
I'd have to take a look. I think it's shooting Doji.
Yeah, I did do that. I did do that. That was me. I did that. Hi, it's me. I'm the problem. It's me.
Yeah.
It's usually me that's the problem these days.
And that applies to some of the other effects too, like the ones that are basically you win the fight if this procs. Mm-hmm. And there's I
don't have a ton of those.
You don't, but the problem is when they do apply, there's 0 way pretty much anyone can get out of it just because of how high your spell save is.
Yeah, but I don't have that many spells that would.
But everything on that one, like they're all within that one magic item you have.
Oh, the Prisma spray?
Yeah, it's in the prismatic. That is the biggest problem right now, balancing wise for me.
The prismatic spray that I use like once a chapter practically?
You've used it for a few times lately.
Yeah, but I don't use it that often.
It's not crazy often.
Yeah.
But I just need to be careful it's not interrupting the wrong shit. And I don't have there's no real formal way for me to get around it.
Well, okay. I will say I don't spam it as much as I would normally in D&D, mostly because so many servants have magic resistance. Yeah. But I can spam it less if you want. You can like restrict me to once a chapter or something.
I don't mind. Look, I didn't give it to you so you wouldn't use it.
Yeah.
I don't mind you using it. I think you're at the final sections here. The final sections here.
Section 14?
Something like that. What I will say, though, just you can use it when you want to. Just don't be surprised if I'm like, either I arbitrarily limit the effect or I only apply damage or something like that.
Okay.
And it's still a strong magic item either way.
Yeah. That's fair. Especially now that I'm not weak sauce as a character, I do tend to use my spells more.
Mm-hmm. Also, yes, tacos. Some of them.
Ooh!
I have had to mix some things around here and there, but...
Yeah. We do have arcade servants.
What did you say it goes, ooh?
It was the arcade servant
comment. Yeah, Satanto
yeah.
is arcade exclusive in E Pluribus Unum, and I added him there. So.
Yeah. See, but you know what I did, Federico? On top of that, I also can cast invisibility. So I made him invisible, and at the start of the fight, he was kind of like behind a bunch of us. So I made him like immediately invisible, so no one really knew he was there. And so he could just kind of like bounce around hitting things and leaving. I mean, we still did the perception roll and everything, but you know. Die to Gilgamesh, you fucking bastards.
There actually is, with that spell, there is a formal way that you have to see the invisibility. You get to see the invisibility if you're hit by them, and they don't just stand their ground firmly.
Yeah. But either way, things are, moving, working, doing.
My efforts at balancing this campaign from 2 years ago are finally kicking in.
It doesn't help that, Vorn and I have become smarter over the last year.
I prefer you guys playing smarter. I like when you guys bring in fun combinations that do weird things.
Because we do have more of a...
This is built to be like FGO, where it's kind of a trading card game, where you're, using the right things together.
And we have been doing that, you have to admit. We have really been playing around with, who can go with who and what works best. I've pretty much claimed every servant in E Pluribus Unum.
I have a feeling you're not going to get everyone, but you're going to get your... Because otherwise you'd have to roll for every single one ahead of time and tell Vorn no rolling at all until you get yours.
I could do that.
That's between you and Vorn.
I could do that.
And look, I'm not against taking under the table bribes as well. Yeah, like, y'all want priority by putting more quartz, and I'll take it. Sita is usable, yes, actually. But the way Sita was usable is I gave them the choice between sticking with Rama or picking Sita. They picked Sita.
I did. Well, because I used Rama for the first part, and then, I feel like Sita doesn't get enough love. So I wanted to give Sita some time. Also, I really like Sita. She's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when we're not in a flying death trap and she can get a boost to her armor class. You cannot see it, but Knick-Knack is actively just like over the flying death trap comment. Because, E pluribus, America is a large country, as you know. So,
To travel, they've been flying in their favorite rocket ship zooming through the sky.
Going through the skies, little Iskander.
They've been,
so basically,
so
we hitched a slightly Merlin modded, not Merlin,
Da Vinci
modded wagon to the back of Iskandar's chariot.
The idea was that they'd use some riders, and I can explain away them walking across the entirety of America in a week by giving them horses and a wagon.
Yeah, except, so we hitched it to Iskandar's chariot, which of course flies. And we basically, we rolled the first couple times, but I think after that you just took it as us succeeding. But we essentially use it like an airplane where you kind of take off.
Physics-wise, this does not check out at all, but at a certain point, you have to go with it.
Yeah. And then we fly through the air for a little while, and then we circle down to land wherever we need to land. And we did have some incidents with Vorn the first time or two where he wasn't securely seatbelted down. But we fixed those. Now we just have a servant aggressively tie him to the cart.
A level 1 non-mage probably would have died.
Yeah. We did also run into an unfortunate wyvern encounter at one point. It was very inconvenient.
As wyverns usually are.
But we beat them. I had not even considered it. I'm going to be honest, Tacos. How tempted were you on separating Rama and Sita's videos to continue the joke? Well, because I think when we originally planned it, we planned it as Rama and Sita doing the Ramayana.
Yeah, so Seki would not have had any way of thinking about doing that. And I could have, but we didn't really have enough on Sita to where I felt like doing that.
Yeah, what did we call our airline?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, was it the Iskandar Express?
Something like that.
No, the Gordian Express or something. Something like that, yeah. And basically the way it goes, because Knick-Knack was like, if they're making a check to stay in the cart, they have to be aware that you're taking off, right, or landing. And so it just became a joke that I'm like, all right, everyone, if everyone could, put your tray tables up, return your seats to the upright position, fasten your seatbelts, we are getting ready for takeoff. This is just my character obviously announces that every time through a fake intercom system by just screaming at the other characters. Yeah, the fucking wyverns.
Look, I could not cut how completely annoying wyvern encounters get in FGO. Wyverns are in so many of the chapters, and they're usually in pretty large amounts.
But it is ironically hilarious that I have really good luck when it comes to calling out the odds to roll for encounters when we're traveling. We have a really low encounter rate.
So the way I run encounters is if they roll on the table, they get to call odds or evens, and they have one safe space beside that. So it's about a 30% chance to run into something every hex or so they move. So I always give them the option, odds or evens. And they can decide odds or evens, and as I roll, oh, you have an encounter here, and we roll on the table. Seki will, in the middle of travel, switch it up on me right before they're about to hit something.
Yeah. It's all on instinct, too. I'm going completely on instinct.
No, they did not summon the savior, or they do have... Actually, the savior of France was dead last ice. I don't know if he ever got revived.
Who's the...
Saseki Kojiro. Don't ask... Or
is he in our Deadpool?
He's either in the Deadpool or you guys pulled him out recently. I know you pulled Herc out.
Yeah, we pulled Herc out because I have Herc now.
I don't know if you pulled Saseki out.
We would have only pulled Saseki if we had 3 servants in the Deadpool. Because I think I didn't even roll in the Deadpool. I just pulled Herc out, special summon, spent 100 quartz.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because we were only going to empty the Deadpool when we had 3 characters in there. And we've been pretty good about making sure our characters don't perma-die. You know?
Yeah.
We love our characters enough to protect them. Or just not use them if we don't like them. Or don't know them. Like, I have Shootin' Doji and Ibuki? Or Ibaraki? Ibaraki Doji. But I don't know them, and I don't know how they work, and I don't know what they look like or what they do, so I just don't use them. You know? Like,
which means it'll be all the greater when I finally kill, like, her Juge or her Ku.
I will murder you if you kill my Juge or Ku. I will immediately summon them out of the Deadpool at cost.
Don't worry, there'll be fights later where I really play with your guys' Deadpool.
Oh.
Much later. Not anytime soon.
Yeah, I cannot live without my Juge and Ku. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. In campaign, I've kind of done the thing that, like, people do when they just, like, save up literally so many quartz that they can do anything they want to do. I've hit that point.
Look, FGO is a very different game when you're not trying to nickel and dime your players for money.
Yeah. Like, I'm not nickel and diamond.
I give them plenty of quartz to get whatever they want, but the randomized factor of it just adds a little bit of spice to it.
Exactly. So it's really fun because of that. And then I can use my quartz to, you know, power level my characters without taking them into chapters. So it makes it a little bit... I would say it probably makes it easier to be creative with the combinations we're doing. Because we have, like, so many more characters that we can just level outside of taking them into chapters easily.
Well, it helps that there's not an entire community breaking down the meta on these things, so it's all up to you guys to figure out what works and what doesn't.
So, Tacos, Knick-Knack did not make a legit Jason fight in Okeanos, I don't think, where we had to fight the entirety of the Argonauts.
No, it stayed pretty similar to the original Okeanos fight.
Did Jason come up when I was making nasty comments to...
To Hector?
Yeah.
No.
Was that the same fight?
No, that was you made those nasty comments to Hector much earlier.
Yeah. So there was a point in Okeanos where we were fighting Hector, and I dead ass just went full on.
She went and tried to provoke him.
I didn't try. I provoked him using knowledge of the Iliad. Like, my ass was out here just being like, isn't it a shame that, you know, Odysseus threw your son off a roof. Maybe you should join him.
So, this happened way after you did that. Mm-hmm. But in the big Unlimited Blade Works Abridged series that's on YouTube, Achilles.
Okay, that's what I thought.
There is a scene where Archer basically does that to Ku.
So I did it first. But anyways, yes, I viciously dug into him. And then it turned out in the next interlude chapter, I had to fight him. And so I had to, like, apologize and, like, fight him one-on-one for our honor. So that he wouldn't hate me forever. That's what Knick-Knack made me do.
I can't wait till they reach Shamos either. But I kind of can. I just finished writing it for the putting it to, like, adapting it for the campaign. And it is probably... just because of the amount of dialogue I have to, like, make sure I cover. Second longest chapter.
What, Tacos? What do you mean? What are you asking me please for? Was it the fact that I told Hector that he should join his son in being yeeted off a roof by Odysseus? Or the numerous other insults about his incompetence? I did not leave it on the table. I really went in on that, and then I had to duel him to the death honorably after that to make it up. Because he's now my servant. Like, I now have him. Apparently some of the translation errors should be fixed somewhere. I don't know what in.
Maybe.
It wasn't even apologizing. It was just more like, you know, like, I came across him and I had to fight him and I was like, hey, so I didn't actually mean what I was saying. I was just trying to provoke you and get you mad. And then he was like, yeah, the fuck you. And I was like, let's fight over our honor.
So let me be clear here with Shimosa. Shimosa's servant lock's not only still there, it's much, much worse. Because I'm taking it a little bit more literally. While they will have powers introduced by or abilities introduced by them that help alleviate it a bit, they're not. It's the second longest chapter in the game. Only one of them can enter, and they're not going to have personal servants.
He says that you can fix some of the translation errors in Shimosa.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know if I did or not. We're not going to have
personal servants?
There are chapters that doesn't have where that you don't get them. Shimosa's just probably the longest of those.
Rude. Do we get no servants at all?
You have servants in there.
Oh, okay.
That's not for a long ways away. I only just finished adapting that like a few weeks back, and I haven't got around to even putting it together. And you guys are like at least 3 or 4 years of campaign running worth behind that point.
I'm gonna real quickly I'm gonna claim some of these mission rewards.
Quartz.
Okay. Am I close to done with... Orleans?
Yeah, you are. If you're in the big palace.
Yeah.
Have you fought Jolter yet?
I don't know. I'm fighting him. I'm on the Dragon Witch.
You're fighting
section.
Jolter.
Okay, thank God. I think I'm gonna be done myself after I finish Orleans. I'm gonna.
You're almost done. It's this, and then I think there's one more fight after this.
Yeah, I'm gonna accept some friend requests, and then I'm gonna let you do whatever you want to do for a while.
There'll be a big, giant, like, flashy graphic once you finish Orleans, so you'll know when you finish it.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Give me strength.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
You're gonna leave me.
The message got...
What did? What?
Yeah, I'll let that through.
Mana were truly Pepega in translating the finale instead of Root of Fantasy. Is it what? Okay. I mean, to be fair, I would not put that past Knick-Knack Frostshard. Also, did you just show up? Hello. I'm not sure I saw your name up there before. I haven't been watching, so maybe you've been here for a while and I just didn't see it. But hello, welcome. God damn it, Knick-Knack. You're drinking all the fucking water. This bitch is like, you need to drink water, Seki. You should drink water, Seki. Drinking nothing but Diet Dr. Pepper isn't good for you, Seki. Proceeds to drink all the goddamn water. I'm just saying, seems a little, you know, a little not on the nose. It's not on, my dudes. It's not on. Tacos. Are you telling me you don't agree with my plan to drink nothing but Diet Dr. Pepper for the rest of my life? Oh, that's a mood, Frostshard. I get it. I know who that shadow servant is. Shun the non-believer. Shun.
What am I being shunned for?
I was commenting on the hypocrisy.
Of what?
I was making a joke because I ran out of water, right? And I went to refill it. And I was like, Knick-Knack's always like, you should drink more water, Seki. You can't survive on just Diet Dr. Pepper, Seki. Drinks all the water himself before Seki gets to it.
Okay.
Oh, you can answer Taco's question. Who are the MVPs in each of the singularities so far? You can answer at least some of those.
MVPs, like in the campaign?
Yeah.
For
the D&D
some
game.
of these have been a bit. But the characters that put in the most work for actually...
Okay, Fuyuki was Ku Lancer. I remember that because that was back when you had the insta-kill option on him. Yeah. Because you nerfed him right after that.
Ku got heavily nerfed as we started reining things in.
See, Frostshard! I mean, I hate root beer. That's disgusting. But you do you. I believe in it.
My chat's... Stay still.
So, Fuyuki was definitely Kukulin. Orlean, Siegfried.
Siegfried, or I'd also make an argument for Kiyohime.
Oh, yeah, because I spammed Kyo.
Kiyohime like carry you guys in the final boss
You know
fight.
who else really? Yeah, the two of them. Yeah, but Siegfried wasn't ours and Kyo was.
Well, Siegfried you didn't have access to during that fight.
Yeah.
No, you did. You did.
Yeah, okay, Kyo carried that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're definitely right. What was after that?
After that, so there's the... I can go over like the little mini stuff.
Yeah, let's
as well.
do the mini ones, too.
Let me pull out my campaign book.
Tacos just unsent a message before I got to see it. Tacos, why do you attack me like this? My eyes are not good. I was looking. I'm blind.
Okay, so after Orleans, it was just straight into Septum.
Okay. So Septum, it was Vladdy, yeah.
Because they pulled the, you're in Romania, technically.
The Romanian Empire.
Only for like part of it, though. Other parts not.
But Vladdy was pretty useful all over the map, so...
Yeah, he was still really good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Hydro Homies.
If we're talking like the NPCs that they have access to in that chapter normally, Spartacus was their MVP of Septum for the NPCs.
Yeah.
And we already covered the NPCs of Orleans.
What was next?
Saber Wars, that was just a filler.
Yeah.
Not much to
I
it.
don't think we really had...
You had MHX who could do a lot of damage.
Yeah, if anything, it was her, but...
It was like a one-session filler.
Yeah, we barely did it.
There was Excel Zero, the long Fate Zero little crossover. I'm trying to remember who was MVP there.
Yeah. Tacos, I get it.
MVP was obviously Zuge.
Yeah. Definitely.
After that was like the kind of another filler, but a little bit more fun than Saber Wars. Gouda Gouda, the first one.
Oh, yeah, Gouda Gouda.
Where you technically died.
Yeah, we did. That was the first time we've ever died.
Well, no, the first time you guys ever died was Vorn losing Heracles.
That doesn't count. He was being stupid.
That absolutely counts. In fact, that's the only time you guys have fully died.
Ozzy!
In Gouda Gouda, I don't know that there was a single MVP there. You guys just didn't die.
Yeah.
After that was the big giant filler Halloween event I ran.
Oh,
that carried
yeah.
us like 3 or 4 months, and I managed to finish the campaign in that time.
Yeah, whoever I was using was MVP for that, I remember. But I don't remember who I was using. Because I know I got MVP that chapter.
There's an actual MVP award for the most valuable like servant or player.
Yeah.
But I don't remember who it was.
But I definitely got it for one of my servants at the time.
I can't remember. You guys did some fun stuff with Gilles de Rais. But he was only in there for like one fight.
Yeah. Huh. No, I don't really remember. Okay, what next?
After that was... there's no MVP. It was just a tournament arc. I ran Narrowfest for the
No,
arc.
Tacos. Vorn does not have his Heracles privilege. I took Heracles out of the Deadpool, and Vorn is not allowed to use him anymore. I didn't use Liz in that chapter, Frostshard.
For which chapter? Halloween?
Halloween.
Well, Liz is a boss fight in that first Halloween chapter.
Yeah.
And they haven't gotten to the ones where the Halloween chapters where Liz is not a boss fight.
Yeah.
Just a boss fight.
Because he's going in order.
Yeah. Well, in an order. Some of the stuff got moved back,
Yeah.
some stuff moved ahead.
Okay, so what was after? It was the tournament.
Tournament, no real MVP. Vorn just won that.
Yeah, Vorn won.
Vorn won with Martha.
He won on fucking technicality.
Not really. He just played smart with his command spells.
I didn't even think to use mine.
Yeah, that's your problem. That's why you lost. Okeanos was after that.
Yeah.
Is there an MVP for Okeanos?
I think we said it was Drake and the Hind for
Just
the NPCs.
Drake in general? Yeah.
Drake and the Hind for the NPCs. For the servants we brought in, I can't remember.
Captain Sharp.
Captain Sharp's always the MVP.
There's a gag thing character I introduced called Captain Sharp. He's not a real servant, but I made like a fake fan servant for someone who is not an actual person at all.
So let me give the backstory to this. We run a separate campaign outside of the FGO campaign, which Nick Nack put some Nasu-verse bullshit into, like eyes and crap.
Oh no, this isn't where Captain Sharp comes from.
Oh, where did Captain Sharp... Oh no, we just made friends. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you just made friends.
We were in Orleans. We were in Orleans, and we made friends with a group of bandits who were trying to kill us. And then they kept coming back, and we kept encountering them. So.
And eventually, I was like, I like this character. It would be funny if I made a servant. I told my brother the idea. He's like, let's fucking do it. And we made a servant out of the D&D bandit art, the bandit template.
Yeah, so
or bandit captain template.
And dead ass, for April Fools last year, we were seriously considering putting a page on the FGO wiki
doing
for
some
Captain
fun
Sharp.
HTML editing. Not actually editing the FGO wiki. We're not disrupting your guys' hard work, but we're going to HTML edit on the browser side end so that it looked like there was a page for him.
Yeah, and then
like,
do a full reacts on it
full
and say nothing.
We didn't end up doing that because none of us felt like actually.
Oh, I got a Kiyohime.
Nice. Yeah, you get a free Kiyohime out of that.
I love Kyo. I don't get to do... Oh, so by the way, I finished Orleans, I think. Yep. I finished Orleans. Yay! All right, let me go to my friends because I went up some levels, so I might be able to fit more friends. A couple. Yeah, all right.
So...
I suppose Frostshard Tacos, you guys are in here. Am I not friends with either of you?
You're friends with Tacos.
Yeah, I know I'm friends with Tacos. Frostshard, did you want to be on my friends list? 'Cause like, I'll put up my friend code and like wait if you want. I can wait. Since this is, I'm gonna stop playing after right now for the day because that's a lot of playtime for me.
So after Okeanos, well, actually, it was the MVP of Okeanos.
Okay, Frostshard is friended. That means I'm just going to accept whoever's here.
Yep. Is there any other like standouts in Okeanos? Not really. They played Okeanos pretty by the numbers, to my memory.
Yeah. Okay. Oh God. Oh God, wait, if I could see my campaign servant list, I could figure out who I took into Okeanos. I need to not be in this one, I need to be over here.
Do you want to create a separate tab and then let them see?
Oh yeah, I can do that, I forgot.
I just hope I don't have any music playing.
Alright, y'all, I'm gonna disconnect from this.
Yeah, go right ahead.
So here you go.
I'll pack that up once we're done.
You've
here,
lost
so
signal, and then y'all are about to see some of the background of the campaign real quick.
See what bullshit we have going on here.
Yes.
I've really appreciated the new Roll20 features.
Okay. Alright, technically I've only got one friend in my friend request list who I think I could friend if I were to get another... Turn off my do not disturb now that I can actually check my phone. Now, if I go...
Hopefully your Roll20 is logged in. If it's not, you're going to need to...
By the way, you're back.
Hey!
I'm pretty sure I'm on auto sign in.
I'm also covering that, so...
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's convenient. Alright. Ignore all my other D&D games. Alright, so if I go in here... Because we should be on, like, the home screen or some shit, right?
You should just be on the E Pluribus map. Shouldn't start auto-playing. Oh, no! That was the fight.
Oh, yeah, you guys can see how our last fight kind of played out. I'll make that so it's visible. Alright. We're gonna just...
So, who was it you brought into Okeanos?
So, I'm looking because I might be able to tell who it is by looking at my...
Now you're starting to pass characters that were available in Okeanos.
Okay, so it would have had to have been before Heracles.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm willing to bet, I think I might have brought Spartacus into Okeanos.
I don't remember you doing that.
I definitely brought Spartacus in somewhere, though.
You used him a lot in Septa, but you haven't used him much since.
Yeah, but I didn't bring in Kid Gil.
You might have just shifted around. I remember Okeanos had a lot of shifting on your servants.
Yeah.
Not as much as E Pluribus has. I don't think any of them put in crazy amount of extra effort, but he had a lot of good NPCs.
Oh, let's see. Is Onigashima going to be changed due to new info from Samurai Remnant?
Probably not. No, it's gonna. I know what you're talking about there, and I think about it for a second. No, probably not.
Oh yeah, Tacos. We couldn't figure out what was up with the FGO audio feed. For some reason, the capture card was not taking the audio from my phone, and honestly, once we got it working, we didn't want to fuck with it.
We were mostly talking over it anyways. Like if Seki reads story, we'll make sure the audio is working. Mm-hmm. But for it was mostly a background thing this time.
This was our fight against Edison, Blavatsky, and Karna from E Pluribus Unum.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a London fight. It's an E Pluribus Unum fight. Because this is the fight we just finished where we were holding off Karna with Satanta with everything in us. Oh no, because I could have had Caligula or Romulus out, right? Because I've got some stuff down here that we got earlier. I'm just trying to think, because we were on the ocean.
Yeah, no, we won't be using that.
Because whoever I took in, remember we went off and we beat that, King Kong in, one fight and made Kong jerky. On one island. But you know what? I think you're right. We bounced around, because for the Wyvern Island, I pulled out Siegfried.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we bounced around that chapter. So Drake was probably our overall MVP, and we didn't bother to do a character MVP. Yeah.
Rashomon, I don't remember who the MVP was, but God, that damage was glorious.
Which one was Rashomon?
The one where every crit doubled your guys' damage output.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was glorious. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Alright, what was after that?
Garden of Order, though, the apartments.
The apartments? That was me. Just me. I was the MVP.
You guys split a lot of that load.
Yeah, but my actual character got MVP that session.
Oh yeah, because you're the only reason you guys could actually see a lot of the ghosts.
Yeah, because so my character's got some Mystic Eyes bullshit going on, and she could A, see a bunch of the ghosts, and also B, by the time we got to the apartments, my character was bulky enough on her own to take on most of those fights with just one backup, while the rest of our backup went with Vorn, because Vorn was not bulky enough yet. So, it was definitely just me.
Being clear, a lot of those servants in that were very underpowered compared to what they could be. I did lower their levels, and she, against level 5 servants, which is the max level normally, she wouldn't be outplayed.
For those of you who are currently looking at the screen... Oh, you know what I've done? I just realized something. Okay, hold on. Let me move some stuff for you guys so you can better see something on here. Okay. Alright, so I've moved us around so you won't really be able to see the battle map, but you can see the list of characters that we have available to us. So, for example, my characters are actually split up into a couple different folders because I have so many. But basically, I have this first folder, right? And this first folder is the characters that I'm not as partial to. These are the characters that I've either never used or I don't know enough about them to use them, or I just never intend to use
Also,
them.
you might see the star ratings there. Star ratings are not the same as the FGO normal ones. They're based off of how my brother and I have analyzed how they turned out in the campaign.
Yeah, so for example, I've never used Astolfo, Georgios, Giles de Rey, Lubu, Boudica, Oda Nobunaga Archer, Shuten Doji, Ibaraki Doji, Asagami Fujino, Nikola Tesla, Charles Babbage, and Jeanne d'Arc, Avenger Alter. So those characters I just have in a separate folder because I'm I don't really play with these, and I've either not done the reacts on them, so I don't know if I like them, or I haven't done the reacts, so I don't want to spoil them, right? I don't think we have Ushi yet.
No, Ushi's not in the campaign. So a lot of early game servants that you probably associate with part 1 just are not in the early game of the campaign because I'm introducing them as they're introduced in story. Guess where Ushi's introduced in story?
Part 2 or part 3?
Still part 1.
Oh, but Babylon.
Babylonia or slightly earlier at Onigashima, which is also very late game.
So then you get into my favorites, and this character up here is me, Aisling Amir.
Yeah.
But then, so these are my favorites in no particular order. They're the characters that I either like the most, or I've used the most, or I think I would like to use, or I just don't know if I dislike them yet. So it's a pretty big list. I've got Carmilla, Assassin, Cuchulainn Lancer, Kidgil Archer, Cuchulainn Lancer Proto, Kiyohime. I have not really used Kiyohime, even though I got her and I leveled her, and I really need to. Not since Orleans. Siegfried, Vlad the Third, Lancer Apocrypha.
But you asked what the star rating for Ushi was in our campaign. Let me check. I can actually
you
check
might
that
actually
for you.
know that. So I've got Elmaloy II, Zhuge Liang. I have Spartacus, Cuchulainn Castor, both Deermuds, Lancer and Saber. Iskandar and Alexander, Gilgamesh, Matahari, Hercules, Francis Drake, Hector, and Bonnie and Mary Reed, Jason, Eric Bloodaxe, Caligula, Romulus, Sir Lancelot Berserker, Orion, Shiro Emiya, Archer Alter, Artoria Pendragon, Lancer Alter, because I didn't want regular Lancer. And then I have Dr. Henry Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Mephistopheles, and Mordred.
So,
And then, because so many of my characters have separate NP summons, I actually have a separate folder down here for just my NPs, which includes the summonable NPs for all of the characters, and the Ionii Hetairoi.
So, just in case, the way the star ratings break down in our campaign isn't necessarily even most useful to least useful. 1 is hyper niche, 2 is a niche support, 3 is general DPS, 4 is a general support, and 5 is busted.
Yeah.
Ushi ended up actually, weirdly, the way she ended up playing out ended up in 4-star. She actually could have fallen 3 stars general DPS as well, but she has a lot of abilities that at least play well with the team how we ended up putting them through.
And then my character has her own magic and stuff, so I can summon this ghost that looks at things for me, and I've got some other stuff. But we can take a look at Realm and Vorn's characters too.
Realm's gonna have the least fleshed out sheet because just like the season he dropped out of campaign, he hasn't come back yet.
Yeah, so Realm doesn't have that many characters, but his mains were Medusa, Emiya, and Sir Lancelot Berserker.
He did a fair amount of Tomo.
Yeah, and Tomo. You will see some multiples because... I will answer that question in a second, Tacos. You will see multiples for some of these because after he dropped out, Nick Nack didn't want us to lose the ability to use all of his characters. So he introduced a system where we could summon and get doubles.
Yeah.
But, in regards to Ptolemy being removed from the Ionii Heteroi, I think... Aren't you just going to leave me with the Ptolemy that's currently in it?
We're going to edit the Ptolemy, but we're not going to remove him, because technically the Ptolemy in the Ionii Hetairoi is a classless Ptolemy. The new Ptolemy is an archer Ptolemy. So we're just going to make the distinction, update the photos to reflect new information. We just haven't gotten around to it yet, and he will remain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's just not going to play the exact same as his archer variant.
Yeah. So I'll still have him. So, Realm's got Tamamonomai, Charles-Henri Sanson, Elizabeth Bathory, Phantom of the Opera. I really liked either Phantom or Mozart in play. I don't like them super much otherwise, but I do like them in play. He's got Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, Chevalier de Aeon, Gilles de Rais. Man, he has all the French people. Altera, Hassan of the 100 Personas.
Isn't Lancelot technically French as well?
Yeah, Lancelot du Lac. He's also got Asterios, Edward T.H.E, Medea, Lily, and he also has Orion. I do want to get that Asterios out of his sheet, into mine, but I just haven't pulled Asterios. Yes, Ptolemy is still in. Oh my god, so, I heard about Ptolemy coming out, and I am having such the conundrum over, the potential Ptolemy video, because when we did Iskandar, I did talk about the generals in the Ionii.
She got Jalter.
I got Jalter. When we did Iskandar, I did talk about the characters in the Ionii Heteroi, and when I did Cleopatra, I also talked about her connection to Alexander via Ptolemy, because Ptolemy told the story that he was Alexander's illegitimate half brother or whatever, and that's why he was allowed to inherit or something like that. And we had finished all the Egyptian servants, and then Ptolemy got re-added. And so, but I don't... So we did Ramses really early because I wanted us to do Ramses really early as Ozymandias. And I'm not really satisfied with that video. I don't like the history section. There was a part where we got names mixed up, and there's just a chunk of it that could be done really better. So I was really considering that whenever we do Ptolemy, which is going to be as soon as physically possible, I'm pushing for this. whenever we do it, I also kind of want to do an update to like some of the Egyptian servants, mainly just Aussie, like kind of almost
With
like a
Aussie,
redux.
I would almost say hold off on that, because if they ever add Moses to the game, and we have a design for Moses.
Then I would go back to Ramses. Yeah. It's in flux, and also like, I mean, the Ptolemy family tree is so.
Also,
anyways.
we can do stuff in updates as well, because updates is not going to be as long this year on my end as it was last year.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so updates might no Ptolemy. The new Ptolemy will not go into updates. He will be a new servant video.
Yeah.
Ramses Redux. I do want to do something like that. I feel like I'm not satisfied with that video, especially because I know I could do better. I have done better. That was back during our old format. And I'm not saying it's a bad video, but I can do better. We can do better.
I'm talking about history's all on you. I'm fine with my section there.
Okay, I can do better. Anyways, so those are Realm Servants, and then Vorn's got a fair amount as well. So Vorn's got Medea, that's one of his mains. Altria Pendragon, another one of his mains. Steno, another one of his mains. Altria Lily.
He uses her a lot when he wants to bring support.
Yeah, he's got Marie Antoinette, Saint Martha, who he jokes about using a lot.
And he did use her during Eurofest to like the competition.
Yeah, but doesn't often use. There's our Captain Sharp. By the way, you guys can see Captain Sharp.
This is just the D&D bandit turned into a servant format for my
Yeah,
systems.
so the dude. Yeah, this is him. These are his stats. He's got some cool stuff. He's got an NP.
It was a silly little side project.
Why is Saber 3-star? Somebody is screaming.
General DPS.
Oh, yeah. Tacos.
It's just the way the system ended up folding out. 5 stars...
Jesus.
Ooh, sorry. Look, it hurt me that we put Saber in 3-star. A huge part of that is just damage output. We really, with the skills she had... Because we based the skills almost directly on the FGO skills. The skills she has didn't fold well into 5 stars. Another part of that is that she was one of the first servants we designed, so there was a power creep.
Taco says you should have used a pirate NPC portrait instead. Yeah, Knick-Knack is loud, and that's because he has a tendency to lean into the mic and start every sentence loudly.
Because I have to lean in to see your monitor.
I will move the microphone then. Knick-Knack has been nerfed. Sorry. No, it's true. Good. I don't have a great monitor set up for him to be able to see it, so he really does have to lean in.
Altria's good. It's just, even in the campaign, it's just a lot of her skills ended up underpowered. A, because she was an early servant FGO, so a lot of that stuff ends up being pretty generic stuff, even in our campaign, because it recurs.
Yeah.
And B, because our own campaign, she was early, so she got power crept by the time we even started doing ratings.
Yeah. So Vorn's also got Jinkei, Jeanne d'Arc Ruler, Darius III, Tama Mokat, Shira Emiya Archer, Emiya Assassin, Gaius Julius Caesar, who I would not touch with a 10-foot pole, Mysterious Heroine X, Assassin, Nero Claudius, Elizabeth Bathory, David, Uriale, Atalanta, Atalanta Berserker. Oh, now I remember Atalanta. Sakata Kintoki.
So Shiki at the 10-star, that is just because I don't want them using it.
Yeah. So Okita Soji, Nero Claudius Bride, Shiki Ryogi Assassin, Shiki Ryogi Void Saber, Charles Henri Sasson, Altria Pendragon, Ryder Santa Alter, Chevalier de Aeon, Frankenstein, Hans Christian Andersen, Jack the Ripper, Nursery Rhyme, Paracelsus von Hohenheim, William Shakespeare, Artoria Pendragon, Lancer Alter, Hector Lancer, Edmond Dantes, and Jeanne d'Arc. You know what, and I say this with all love, she needs to try harder. And then, as you can see, we're in E pluribus unum, which Knick-Knack spelled incorrectly.
I probably did.
You wrote pluribus instead of pluribus. And those are our current NPCs. So we always have MASH available to us.
She just gets stronger every chapter.
Yeah, and then those are the current NPCs we're kind of either we know exist or are available to us to use. And basically, we just kind of, like, we have control of them, but they're like their own people. I actually used Hans in What chapter did we get him in?
London.
In London, I actually used Hans. Like, Hans was the servant I was controlling. Because Vorn couldn't remember what all the stories, not the story, but what all of his stuff did, like the stories, and I could because I knew the stories.
Hans is kind of awkward to use in the campaign.
Yeah, and to be honest, even Vorn doesn't use him because Vorn just doesn't remember all the stuff about him. So, like, I'd be happy if I got him on a roll, but I wouldn't necessarily seek him out.
Remember, even in lore, Hans is considered the weakest servant. We had to stretch and base a lot more of it off FGO animations to get some even general usage out of him that's not more situational.
Yeah, it's not awful, but he's not a servant I'm actively seeking out. I mean, there's definitely a few things in, like, Realm's graveyard, basically, and in Vorn's that I'd be like, ooh, yay, I want that servant, but...
They haven't seen Kiara yet, so who knows?
Nope, like, I definitely want to pull... There's definitely a few characters over here. Like, I'd like to pull Atlanta.
You should have access to, like, a summon table that you can see.
Oh, yeah, I do. We have the summon tables.
Should be in the Throne of Heroes. It should be like one of the few things you could see in there.
Throne of Heroes.
Click out of, or click into Servants there. Servants. Up above.
Oh, yeah, there it is. There we go. I clicked on the wrong thing. Alright, let's see. It's this shitty that it's very, very small writing. But yeah, so these are our summoning tables. And basically, I think you made the rule that we could double summon after Okeanos. So, anything, like, we didn't start...
you guys have two summoning tables. Mm-hmm. One in which there is a no-dupe summoning table where they can only pull one of anything, and one which they can pull dupes.
Yeah. And I think it's the first time we finish a chapter, we've got the no-dupe table.
Yeah.
But after that, we're on the dupe table.
Once you've pulled it once, it's no longer on the no-dupe table.
Yeah. Which is probably why I was going to ask Vorn if he's okay with me just one-shotting the summoning tables for fucking...
Look, I've been witness enough to see enough bargaining between you and Realm or Vorn before.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but barely, to be honest. And, you know, Hans is just, in campaign, I'm the only one who can currently use him technically, because Vorn just doesn't know how to use him, but I don't have him, so it's not really a conversation that we're having. It's just kind of, you know, whatever.
Oh, yeah. No, that was a mistake.
Yeah. I was gonna say, where's our Deadpool?
Go up. Graveyard.
Oh, so there's no one in the graveyard.
Yeah, I guess you guys pulled Saseki out then.
Oh, we must have pulled Saseki. Oh, yeah, I think Vorn's got him. I think we each pulled one from the... Yeah.
Billion waivers come from the dupe table. If it was anything like FGO proper.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing is if we get a dupe, he gives us a free level on that servant, so...
Yep. I didn't used to do that.
Yeah. But yeah, so, the exploit, the reason why there's a fucking Hephaestion hidden in there, is because, So
my brother and I designed her before she was added into FGO proper, just because we felt like it, and we really fleshed out the generals of Iskandar. Even if they are classless when you actually play them, we made them so that they were functional as, like, if we ever wanted to use them for, say I want to pull one out for a Grail War campaign.
But yeah, this is what we did, which I shouldn't have been able to do, but basically, when I first summoned the Ionia Hetairoi, I activated the NP Iskandar Shadow EX.
And they shouldn't have access to NPs in there.
Yeah, so I also pulled out
Iskandar Shadow. I just made it Hephaestion Normal's NP, which just summons Hephaestion Pretender or Hephaestion Faker.
Exactly. Who also at that time we didn't amend the rules till after, so they could also use their NP. So I had two Gordius Wheels on the field, as well as the extra full servant, and
I've nerfed it since. I just haven't removed permissions for Hephaestion yet from her.
Yeah. So it was a fun time to be.
Because I forgot, either my brother or I forgot to include that the servants were technically classless and couldn't use their NPs.
Yeah. So it's been nerfed now, but, you know, back then it was... That fucking cat.
Makes you think someone's knocking on the window.
Is this going to open to my image? No, it's not. This is my character sheet. It's a little fucked up.
Yeah, no, it is very fucked up. There's a lot of things I've had to do to balance around Seki while also not intruding on Vorn, who's not nearly as busted.
Yeah, so this is my character. I've got a lot of fun stuff going on. My little background feed is "It belongs in a museum," and yes, that is an Indiana Jones reference. I'm also a bullshit artist, which is indeed a History of the Entire World Part 1 reference. I also have a face you can trust.
There's some stuff that I give them just casually. Other stuff I designed very early on, not realizing how powerful it would end up being, and I've had to nerf it as time goes on. And that doesn't help me with some of this stuff.
It is funny, though. I've got that Draining Kiss, which I've never actually used on.
No.
Because it should, like, exactly tacos. It belongs in a museum. It really, most of the time it doesn't. Don't. That's a bad summation of archaeology. But I'm not an archaeologist. I'm an antiquarianist in this campaign. Morally gray and willing to do sketchy things.
Literally has a skull in her room at Caldea.
Several, actually. It's not just one anymore. I've been collecting. We also call me the kind of the fucking porcupine because I keep everything.
I had to put a kibosh on that recently.
Yeah, I had to label the things that I keep on me now because, like...
Well, she was the person they were handing all their stuff to when they found it. And
Yeah.
then she kept being that person. She just never stored it away. So technically she was walking around with the giant satchel full of lances.
So he didn't let me just pop Waver from wherever he was to Iskandar, but I feel like I should have been allowed. He's been giving us cards of things, and some of them are pretty obvious, but sometimes he'll give me like a card of like a class and then like a hint at who the servant is. And so I have to admit, I have been having fun just kind of like trying to figure these out as we're going through and meeting.
Class cards are collectibles they can find in the campaign.
Yeah.
They do stuff. They do stuff later.
Card of Rider, Jamaica. Or Card of Saber, Brittany, or Secret du Roi. You know? No, I have not. So, I had never used Draining Kiss in campaign, but Vorn's character is a homunculus.
It can be helpful with the homunculus.
It could
the way I have
be,
it set up in the campaign.
but I've never actually used it because he doesn't really need it most of the time.
No, he did some other stuff with the Holy Grail at some point. It's stupid.
Yeah, so like even though I have it, it's not really. It's like it's useful on a homunculus or as an assassination technique, but you can only pull like 1d10. Yeah, that's a Mood Frost shard. I can name I think almost all of them except maybe one or two that I was confused on. But yeah, I have True Sight, which is from whatever that is. Then my necromancy stuff, because I'm a necromancer, because, you know, you take D&D classes still. And you did let us keep our D&D.
I want you all to know I'm playing fast and loose with the lore here. There's obviously, like, this is not,
Yeah. I have a
reflecting.
a lot of spells. This is the one that he's mad about, Prismatic Spray. He was more mad about Blood Red Knight Igris, which is a homebrew spell, because at the time when I took 3rd level spells, I still had issues where most of the spells available were sight-based, and I didn't, or touch-based, and I was like, I literally can't take some of these spells because I don't have sight, per se. So he let me pull a homebrew spell, but then had to nerf it. It wasn't originally so bad. It was only bad because of the exploits allowed on my Fate character. Like, the spell itself is not broken. Like, the Blood Red Knight spell is not broken as a...
There's just things I've had to sort of soft introduce as time goes on, because the system's not perfect.
Yeah.
If I were to ever put, like, the campaign itself and the rules online, I would go back through and really clean up a lot of this shit.
Yeah, because, like, my wisdom's sitting there at a plus 12. Right?
Yeah.
And like my intelligence at a plus 7, that's obviously not normal D&D speak. So that was what made it like not balanced, not the spell itself. The spell itself was actually very well designed.
Also, yes, there is a Tight Moon version of True Sight. The skill I did try to adapt a little bit, but it's again fast and loose. I tried to give gameplay perks to a lot of things that maybe didn't need gameplay perks.
Mm-hmm. I was just kind of looking through the cards to see if there were any I didn't know now, based on where we were. I feel like maybe the only one I was a little confused about was Card of Assassins, Severing, and Binding.
Oh, I know that one.
But that's just because I don't keep most of the... That's the other thing. If you look at the servants that, like, Vorn and I keep, there is a distinction in what types of servants we keep. Because I have most of the Lancers and a lot of the Archers and Berserkers, because that's my sort of thing. I do better with Lancer, Archer, Berserker, and Vorn keeps a lot of the Casters.
Speaking of balance changes, I'm not doing it until you guys finish E Pluribus, but I am going to be doing some balancing changes. Mm-hmm. Only ones that purely benefit you guys this time. Besides that prismatic spray.
Nick Nack has to preface that because he knows how salty I was when we got rid of my immediate kill coup.
The balancing changes are just there to make sure that Saber, Lancer, and Archer aren't the only viable things to use in combat.
That's fair. Anyways, I think it's about time for us to get logging off.
Yeah.
I had a soft deadline of like 5 to 6, so it seems like
We're rubbing right against that.
appropriate time to...
Hey, shut up, Frostshard.
What? I still don't know who that is.
Yeah, don't look.
Yeah, it says Carrie, but I don't know what that is.
Good.
Yeah, no. I don't know the servant nicknames well enough. Anyways, but you know what? We got like 3 minutes. If you got any questions for us, real quick, we got like 3 minutes.
It was, and that was the logic there, Tacos. But gameplay-wise, I did notice that leads to Seki a lot of the time, bringing in only those cards or those classes, and Berserkers feel way more underpowered than they should.
They really do.
And that was something I wanted to rectify.
Yeah.
And then while I was at it, I wanted to just give cavalry class servants more strategic utility as well. So that's something that's what I was trying to address. Shut up, Frostshard!
Yeah, I will say, normally I love playing Berserker class servants, but I do see that they're not as useful in combat as Lancers or Archers, or even Sabers, so I do have a tendency to swing towards Archer and Lancer. Oh! Quick story, if no one's asking any questions. So, fun fact, do you know who I pulled out as a servant just recently in E Pluribus Unum? I groveled at the feet of Gilgamesh. Because Gilgamesh is the one servant that while we can pull him, we cannot use his sheet. Nick Nack uses his sheet. Because we can't make him do anything. He has to agree to do it. And that's based on like persuasion rolls and the language we use and actually talking to him and interacting and building rapport. So I pulled out Gilgamesh and groveled.
It was only supposed to be for one fight, and then I dropped a throwaway line where I meant to dismiss them, where they asked, "Can we continue to receive your help?" I'm like, it depends on this army, how fine this army's drinks are, completely forgetting that I gave them magical wine that's been aged beyond belief in Orleans. I completely forgot I gave that to them as a throwaway just gag.
Yeah, so then I paid him off with champagne, and now Gil is helping us. Also, a hint has been dropped. CG. Oh, wait. Is that referring to Babylonia?
I don't think so.
Oh. Huh. Yeah. Well, I mean, technically we didn't get Gilgamesh back, but we never lost Gilgamesh, and we just don't use him very often, because to put this in the nicest way possible, it is not possible for Vorn to reason with him. Like, Vorn does not, like Vorn would start speaking to him and immediately offend him in some way or fail a check. So I have to persuade him to help us or convince him to help us, and I don't often want to make the kind of take the chance of whether or not he'll be benevolent.
Especially not when two of our supposed to be deaths have happened to Gilgamesh so far.
Yeah. Oh, he's not in the back line because of balancing reasons. You mean like on the fight map or something? Oh no, I mean no, we can use Gilgamesh at any time. It's just it's an effort. It requires you to kind of in character persuade and finagle.
Well, when they do use him, he's fucking busted and he just destroys any balancing in the game.
Except, and obviously I'm saying this out of character so that Gilgamesh cannot hear me, even though the campaign's open, Bitch was kind of useless in this last fight.
No, he wasn't. He powered up your NP, so you shredded through Edison's...
Okay, but outside of that, he was not really
He also
useful.
one-shotted Helena.
Did he?
Yeah!
I didn't think he did. A lot of other people were wailing at Helena.
He did. Because that NP has actual HP to it.
Okay, he one-shotted it after Vorn had already done damage to it.
Vorn wasn't close to killing it.
That's true. I mean, I could ask, but I don't think I would. I think I would avoid that.
What, Gil in Babylonia?
Yeah.
Actually, so I actually do, if there's a servant that, I can't even just find myself a way to justify it being there without disrupting the entire story, I just say they can't come. Or I give them a reason why they can't come.
But with that being said, we're ending for tonight and heading out. You'll see the first video of the new season go up on
Supposed
Monday.
to be Monday.
Yep, Monday. We said we'd announce the first podcast episode for the season on this.
Oh, yeah.
Our first episode of the season, it's going to be Akikan. I leave you guys to look up and figure out what Akikan is.
Empty Can is the English title.
Yep. So, we'll see you guys next time we're streaming, and probably the next time the comments start going up on videos.
Yeah.
There will be a servant this week.
Yes.
Yeah. If it's this week, it's probably coming out Friday? No, Thursday. Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday. So it'll come out Thursday. All right. See y'all.